Good morning, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, industry leaders, researchers, and esteemed participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious workshop, Powering Progress, Developing the EV Manufacturing Ecosystem in Madhya Pradesh. As we stand at the forefront of a transformative era in mobility, today's workshop will serve as a powerful platform for collaboration and strategic action in developing a robust EV ecosystems in our state and beyond. To begin our inaugural session, it is my honor to welcome a pioneer in the field of clean transportation and sustainable mobility. Please join me in inviting Mr. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director of ICCT India. Sir, we're delighted to have you with us. I now invite you to share your opening remark. It is rightly said, to begin or commence any program, we seek the blessing of God Almighty. To begin the session, we'll start with the lighting of the lamp. I request Mr. Amit to do the proceedings. I now humbly request our principal sir to please join us on the stage for lighting of the lamp.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this workshop today, where we are trying to see how do we kind of create Madhya Pradesh as the hub for electric vehicle production in the country. And this workshop that we are kind of very excited to partner with the government of Madhya Pradesh along with ENY. Today, we will be discussing in 3 sessions. One, the need for electrification. Second, what policies will drive electrification manufacturing, and third, how can Madhya Pradesh be that fulcrum which drives electrification in the country, but also kind of becomes the kind of a powerhouse for EV manufacturing in the country. So before I start, just to give a background that globally we are seeing that automotive industry is at the fulcrum of this massive transformation which is happening. I mean, look at some of the numbers which are coming from other parts of the world. China is now registering more electric than conventional. Europe, Germany and some of the other countries in Europe are almost at a quarter of all the new car sales are electric. Even US, which has been slightly slow to adopt, is roughly at about 10% of all new cars sold are electric. India, we are really at starting point of this journey. We are about 2% of all new car sales as electric. And a recent report which was launched by Niti Aayog just a couple of days back really paints electric vehicle opportunity as a $200 billion opportunity in India. Now, if that transition is going to happen, if the vehicle adoption in India is going to increase, these vehicles have to be produced somewhere. And so the big question is that can Madhya Pradesh become the hub for electric vehicle manufacture? And I'm very thrilled that Raghavendra sir is today with us to kind of help shape this conversation forward on how do we kind of move MP in this journey, where it is the automobiles, or whether it is the auto components, or whether it is the ancillary infrastructure that goes along with electric vehicles, can be kind of manufactured, can be made in Madhya Pradesh. So today, we will have 3 sessions. First one, we'll look at largely on the policies. Second, we will look at more in terms of the components and the support infrastructure. And third, we will look at more in detail on the newer vehicle segment which has come called electric trucks. As you know, under the Prime Minister's e-drive mission, recently a guideline was issued for looking at adoption of electric trucks in India. And this is a newer vehicle segment which has come. And the reason why it is important is that trucks roughly account for 3-4% of our overall fleet and are responsible for almost close to 50% of the emission. So with just 3-4% of the fleet can address 30-40%, 50% of the emission, the question is, how do we take this conversation forward? So with this, I would like to first invite Raghavendra sir to please come up on dais. And he has been a great support for us. He has been the partner for us to do this workshop. And I would like to formally welcome you, sir, if you could kindly come up on the dais. And then I'll request. Vishalji, if you could also.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt, for your thoughtful and forward-looking remarks. It is my privilege to invite a distinguished policymaker who has played a key role in shaping Madhya Pradesh industrial growth and investment ecosystem. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Raghavendra Kumar Singh, Principal Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy and Investment Promotion, Government of India. I invite Mr. Bhatt to present a bouquet to Mr. Raghavendra Kumar Singh as a token of deep appreciation. Sir, your guidance continues to inspire progress and innovation across sectors, and we are truly honored to have you with us. I now invite you to please deliver the opening address.
Vande Mataram and good morning. Welcome to the city of lakes and the kind of environment we have here in Bhopal and in all parts of Madhya Pradesh. It will be really prudent that we should be the ones who should be leading entire country in making clean energy as well as creating an atmosphere and ecosystem to have EV manufacturing hub here in Madhya Pradesh. Honorable Mr. Bhagwan Bindi Gawale ji from Volvo Eicher, and I remember that Volvo Eicher has become a kind of success story of Madhya Pradesh and Volvo Eicher themselves. Here is a company which started their business around 1985, and they had 7 tranches of different phases of investment, and they have an investment of around $1 billion, if I am not incorrect, and they are employing directly and indirectly around more than 45,000 persons. So please give a big hand to Mr. जैसे हिंदी में कहें ना कि भगवान यहाँ स्वयं हैं, तो उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हैं. मिस्टर संदीप बांगिया जी, मिस्टर सागर मित्रा जी, मैडम महुआ आचार्य जी, दीपेश द्विवेदी जी, आप सभी यहाँ पे जो उपस्थित हैं, मैं आप सबको मध्य प्रदेश की तरफ से एक हृदय से स्वागत करता हूँ. मैं फ्रेंड्स, we are here to discuss EV manufacturing ecosystem in मध्य प्रदेश. तो इसमें जो सबसे पहली बात मैं आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूँ कि इंडिया इज़ वन ऑफ द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकॉनमी इन all the world, and Madhya Pradesh in big states is the fastest growing economy amongst the states. So you are right here at the junction of fastest of the fastest. So this is a place where you will find that things move in a very fast pace, a very rapid pace. Not only that decision making is very fast, but we also try that whatever we commit, we deliver on those accounts. You would love to know that Honorable Chief Minister Sir is himself leading the charge. He is Honorable Minister for Industries also. So he is the one who is leading this entire system of industrial development, creation of big industrial environment in Madhya Pradesh. Coming back to this part of solar, so you are aware that India is one of the leading partners in solar reliance for entire world, and we are the ones who are doing things in such a rapid fashion that whatever that was supposed to be done by 2030, the kind of commitment which India gave, we are fulfilling it 3-4 years earlier than 2030. Honorable Prime Minister Sir has declared that by 2030 India will have 550 gigawatts of electricity generation from renewable sources, basically solar energy. Madhya Pradesh has also decided, and we have placed that today we are making around 6 gigawatts of renewable energy, and we are going to have 33 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. So this is a kind of more than 5 times improvement in our efforts in that sector. Today our energy bouquet contains around 20% of renewable energy sourcing, but by 2030 it will be around 50%. So half of the electricity will come through renewable energy sources. I should also mention that due to its geographical location, advantageous geographical location in this regard, the bids which are coming for solar power generation it is the lowest in entire country. It is the lowest in entire country, somewhere around 2 रुपये 20 पैसे, 2.24 से 2.25 के आसपास. So now we are in a scenario where not only that we are going to create a huge amount of solar related infrastructure, but we are also getting electricity at cheaper rates. And we should not wonder that our Electricity Regulatory Commission, our electricity department has given an option to all the industrialists. If you use power during the daytime, it will be 20% cheaper. तो आप देखें कि हम एक जैसे not only that we are working on a big scale, big canvas, but we are also getting electricity at a very cheaper rate. The kind of policies Madhya Pradesh has created, the kind of environment we have created. We are not only working for solar, but we are working for wind energy. We are working for pump hydro storage policy. So we are looking towards different options for CBG, compressed biogas. So everything that you think, green hydrogen, everything you think, Madhya Pradesh has started doing that. I would also love to mention that Madhya Pradesh has created a kind of ecosystem for automobile industry, and almost everything that you require to have a big automotive sector in Madhya Pradesh, it is available here. You have big players like Volvo, Eicher, Force Motors and others. They are not only creating but innovating and doing lot many things. Our system has also been designed in such a fashion that we have created good policies for that. We are giving extraordinary support to EV manufacturing sector. Our team will present the policy related details in short while in a different session. But whatever investment promotion assistance we are giving in other sectors of industries, we are giving you 1.3 times more here in EV manufacturing. We are also giving you additional 25% concession on land. And I know that this is a sector which will require constant support from the government. So government this time has come up with a policy where if you create standalone research and development center, government is going to support in tune of around 25 crores, 25 crore तक की support हमें government की तरफ से भी research and development पे मिल सकती है. And not only that, in many cases government will consider your investment in research and development as part of that eligible financial capital investment. So that will become part of your investment promotion assistance. We are also aware that the factors of production has to be really very, very good for industries to come here. So you name anything, you name land, you name water, you name electricity, you name labor, whatever you think kind of a very congenial law and order situation. Madhya Pradesh is always supposed to be a land of peace and tranquility, and the kind of environment, not only that ease of doing business, but ease of living is also one of the best places to live. And interestingly, जब मैं वॉल्वो आइशर की कहानी बता रहा था, तो एक चीज़ ये भी समझते कि है कि आप मध्य प्रदेश आ तो गए हैं और एक बार आप आ जाएंगे तो यहाँ से जा नहीं पाएंगे. सो ये हमारे जैसे कहते हैं ना कि दिस इज़ समथिंग दैट इज़ इन आवर DNA. जिस तरह से हम बाहर के लोगों को आत्मसात करते हैं और जैसे शक्कर पानी में घुल जाए तो उस तरह से बाहर से जो भी आता है वो मध्य प्रदेश का हो जाता है. तो मैं आप सभी लोगों को इनवाइट करूंगा कि आप मध्य प्रदेश में आएँ. लेबर की मैंने बात अभी की, लेबर रिलेटेड रिफॉर्म्स का एक बिल ऑलरेडी विधानसभा में पारित हो चुका है। जन विश्वास बिल हम लोग मध्य प्रदेश वॉज द फर्स्ट स्टेट इन एंटायर कंट्री 2024 नवंबर दिसंबर में हम लोग लेके आए थे। अब इसके बाद से जन विश्वास बिल का दूसरा भी विधानसभा के समक्ष पेश किया गया है। तो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ सपोर्ट फॉर द बिजनेस इन इंडस्ट्री. We work on a kind of end-to-end solution on portal. Everything will be given you through the portal. हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी बार बार कहते हैं कि जो बिज़नेस को जितनी भी सहूलियतें मिल सकें, तो सबसे बड़ी चीज़ कि लास्ट ईयर हम लोगों ने इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन असिस्टेंस बहुत सारे जगहों पे लोग प्लेस कर देते हैं कि हम ये सपोर्ट देंगे, इंडस्ट्री को ये सपोर्ट देंगे. मध्य प्रदेश वन ऑफ दोज स्टेट या बल्कि सबसे आगे रहने वाले स्टेट्स में है. वट एवर वी हैव कमिटेड वी हैव गिवन बैक टू इंडस्ट्री. और पिछले साल हम लोगों ने मोर देन 5,100 करोड़ का डिस्बर्समेंट टू MSME यूनिट्स एंड लार्जर यूनिट्स उन सबको दिया है. लेबर के बारे में एक आखिरी में बात कह के अपनी बात ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा कि मध्य प्रदेश इज़ अ स्टेट जहाँ पे कि लेबर रिलेटेड कोई प्रॉब्लम्स, बहुत सारे हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, तो यहाँ पे लेबर रिलेटेड कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई. देयर हैज़ बीन 0 मैन डेज लॉस इन पास 20-25 ईयर्स. तो मध्य प्रदेश आए, आपको यू विल हैव वैल्यू फॉर मनी इन मध्य प्रदेश. इन मध्य प्रदेश आपको लैंड हो, लेबर हो, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हो, वाटर सप्लाई, इंडस्ट्रियल वाटर सप्लाई इन मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेसेस वी आर गिविंग at ₹25 per kiloliter. So that may be one of the cheapest in entire country. तो आपका सभी का स्वागत है. मध्य प्रदेश इज सेट टू बी जो टूरिज़्म की हमारी लाइन है कि वी आर हार्ट ऑफ इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया. और हार्ट तो हैं हम लोग और हम लोगों का दिल बड़ा है. तो प्लीज़ आइए. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. We deeply appreciate your presence and leadership. और सर ने एकदम सही बात कही है कि हम मध्य प्रदेश वाले और हमारा दिल बहुत बड़ा है. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए आप सभी के लिए और हमारी डिग्निटरीज के लिए. We now proceed to our first technical session of the day, strengthening EV manufacturing in India. This session will examine the current and future potential of electrical vehicle manufacturing in our country with a focus on policy, localization, and industrial integration. To guide this session, I am pleased to welcome the moderator, Ms. Kritika, PR Program Lead at ICCT. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists who are key enablers in India's EV growth journey. May I request panelists to join Ms. Kritika on the stage. Mr. Bhagwan Dindiganevle, EVP Strategic Planning and Communication, Volvo Eicher. Panelist 2, Mr. Anmol Bohre, Founder and CEO, Enigma Automobile. Panelist 3, Dipesh Dwivedi, Director, PMI Electromobility. Panelist 4, Maxine Lewis, Founder and CEO, Magneta Mobility. Panelist 5, Shashank, VP Operations, Pulse Energy. Now I invite our moderator, Ms. Kritika, to welcome our panelists with a bouquet. Please put a huge round of applause for Ms. Kritika and our panelists. Let's hear it louder for them. Thank you, Ms. Kritika, and thank you, dignitaries. Before we proceed to the panel, we'll begin with a short context-setting presentation to provide an overview of today's theme and set the direction for the discussion. To give the overview of the session, I invite the presenter, Mr. Kshitij Rampotra. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Kshitij.
A very good morning, everyone. My name is Kshitij Rampotra. I work as a researcher with ICCT India. I'll be presenting a very short context-laying presentation, which actually pitches Madhya Pradesh as the next best thing in EV production in India. So first of all, EV manufacturing opportunity in India. As we all know, decarbonization is, largely speaking, a public policy target as well as national target to achieve our net zero emissions target by 2070. The national government has already gazetted a lot of interventions such as FAME, which is demand subsidy intervention, and production-linked incentives. Automotive and automotive components and battery chemistries are the key target areas for such interventions. The current manufacturing ecosystem for EVs is largely concentrated to a few geographies in India, namely Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat. Critical input minerals and components are also very vulnerable to supply chain shocks, as we might have seen in the recent proxy rare earth ban by our northern neighbor. Therefore, new regions are needed to expand to de-risk, decentralize, and scale up the newer capacities for EV manufacturing across India. Now, why Madhya Pradesh? There are a lot of strategic advantages that Madhya Pradesh already possesses. Raghavendra sir has already remarked on a lot of enabling interventions that the state is already promoting. But to sum it all up, Madhya Pradesh is a centrally located large state with a very large youthful population. It has seamless road, rail, and airways network transport with the neighboring states. The gross state domestic product is projected to reach nearly 15 lakh crore in 24-25, with nearly a quarter of it projected to come via secondary sector of the economy. Chief Minister Mohan Yadav ji for the year 2025 has already remarked that 2025 is going to be the year of industries for Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh is consistently remarked as a top governance, a very effectively governed state. It tops the ease of business doing rankings also. There are two flagship policies when we are talking about EV manufacturing for Madhya Pradesh. The first being Industrial Promotion Policy 2025. The basic targets can be summarized as industrial contribution needs to be taken to 1/3 of the overall GSDP of the state, which would come around 5.4 to 5.9 lakh crores. This is envisaged to create 20 lakh new jobs across the state. This would also be, the way this would happen is that the state is providing a lot of enabling interventions such as help in infrastructure creation, relaxation on power tariffs, water availability, help and support in skilling initiatives, IPR assistance in creation and protection. This would enable investor confidence to enable industrial uptick in the state. Madhya Pradesh EV policy specifically targets the EV sector in the state. The basic targets for this policy are as such. 40% of all the new registrations across two-wheeler categories are envisaged to be electric by 2029, 80% for the new three-wheelers, 15% for four-wheeler segment, 40% of all new bus registrations are envisaged to be electric, and 80% of all new state government vehicles are targeted to be electric. This basically lays out a clear demand horizon for the state to transition to electric mobility. Now, automotive industry in Madhya Pradesh has been a consistent presence. The state is home to 30 OEMs, large OEMs, thousands of engineering manufacturing units, more than 2,000 automotive component manufacturers. This industry employs more than 2 lakh skilled technical professionals. There are also large international collaborated high-tech skill development institutes across the state. This particular sector also boasts of a $192 million worth of exports for the year 2023 and 2024, the recent years being even higher. And Madhya Pradesh also is home to Asia's longest automotive test track, the National Automotive Test Track, which is an 11.3 kilometer dedicated corridor for high-speed vehicle testing. These are some of the large players that are already present in Madhya Pradesh. The numbers also tell a similar story. Madhya Pradesh is seeing a consistent growth in electric vehicle penetration. For medium and heavy duty vehicles, we can see that both Madhya Pradesh and national average are starting off at a lower tick because of the capex requirements for these particular segments, but Madhya Pradesh is also following a similar increasing trajectory. For e-buses, Madhya Pradesh does show a slower adoption rate, remaining well below the national average. For four-wheelers, adoption is steadily increasing across private and commercial segment, though it remains just marginally behind the national average. E3-wheelers and E2-wheelers are some of the categories that are far ahead of the national average. Now, EV manufacturing enablers. Now, we know what EV trends are, but what actually enables manufacturing ecosystem to be established and sustained in any new geography? We know that domestic demand environment is a very important factor from the market side. A clear and consistent policy and regulatory framework also enables de-risking and a clear demand horizon for potential investors. Existing supply chain structures, although they can have both a pro and a con effect, where we can argue that our automotive component manufacturers might not be cost competitive yet, but it also can create a strong impetus for establishment of stronger automotive component manufacturers if we have a vulnerable supply chain. Specialized R&D knowledge base, as the name suggests, this would have a positive impact on manufacturing. A readily available automotive workforce and a skilled automotive workforce, both in terms of quality and quantity, are also going to be a key enabling factor when we are talking about EV manufacturing. Now, these enablers are increasingly becoming addressable in newer industrial regions, namely Madhya Pradesh. These are few things that I would like to hand over back to Kritika. I hope that the panelists can speak on these key enabling factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Kshitij, for this very insightful presentation, which sort of sets the context for what is going to follow. The Principal Secretary, sir, had very rightly put that Madhya Pradesh has actually taken a lot of strides in renewables. It's, in fact, they are currently at 20% of the electricity generation is from renewables, which is going to increase to more than half, 50%. That's a commendable story. Now, can we replicate this in the EV manufacturing space? Can Madhya Pradesh do a similar stuff in the EV, automotive, as well as component manufacturing space? That is something that we are here to discuss today. But before that, let's take a look at the big picture. Now, what we see is that we have had a decade of incentives from the government of India through various schemes. They're focused both on vehicles, on components, as well as capital asset creation. And if we total up all of that, there has been a budgetary outlay, although the disbursements are continuously happening, but the allocated budget is around 72,000 crore for all of these different schemes. And very rightly put, now the industry as well as every stakeholder who's present in this room, we're recognizing that that is actually not the way to go forward. Continuously in the terms of getting subsidies is not a sustainable way forward. How can the industry sort of leverage itself and be the front runner in driving sales as well as adoption? If you look at the other thing, it's that adoption in India has been comparatively slower compared to the other leading automotive markets. In fact, our neighboring Nepal, if you've been following the recent stories, has been leading with 76% of electric vehicles in the new sales. That is quite significant, looking at such a small economy. If you look at the numbers for in India, the EV penetration has reached 7% and around 1.44 million sales overall electric vehicles. At the same time, there are headwinds which are faced by the sector, and very significantly in terms of the supply chain, geopolitical shocks. And Kshitij also pointed out in his presentation, and I'm sure all of you must be aware, is we have been placed with, China's placed export restrictions on rare earth magnets, and this has caused significant disruptions in the automotive supply chains across the world. So there are headwinds which are, hampering the automotive space. Now, if in this particular scenario, how do we, move the EV adoption forward? Now, moving adoption, of course, it depends a lot on multiple factors. First is, of course, the demand side, but at the same time, we need to have strong supply side policies. The consumer choice, it depends upon the availability of models, at the same time, the policies that are in place. It depends on the charging infrastructure, and it depends upon supply side regulations. So when we talk of supply side policies, we are essentially looking at manufacturing incentives, and I want to make a distinction here. When we say supply side regulations, we're talking about fuel economy regulations. So these are multitude of factors which are impacting consumer adoption. And the other, trend that is playing out is the connected autonomous shared and electric trend. And that's something, all of us are familiar with. Now, with this larger, big picture in view, now if we sort of take a little bit deep dive into sectoral and the state-wise focus, we find that in terms of MP positioning itself as a leading automotive player or as an automotive manufacturing hub, there has been modest progress. Of course, there are over 30 OEMs, there are 200 component manufacturers, all of that, but it's still compared to the other leading destinations, perhaps Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, there is a certain gap, and we need to scale up on that opportunity. That's something that we are here to discuss in this room. And with that context, I have a couple of questions for my esteemed panelists. I would start first with Mr. Bhagwan, who is representing, who is coming from the commercial vehicle space, and he's the EVP strategy for Volvo Eicher. So, Mr. Bhagwan, what we've seen that policies alone are not sufficient, right? And the industry has to follow through with an investment in local design manufacturing, as well as talent pool. Now, how do you, or how is Volvo Eicher seeing this?
Hello. Namaskar. Before I answer the question, I'd like to say a few things. My MD and CEO Vinod Agarwal considers Madhya Pradesh home, right? And since 1985, Aisha has been here. और जो secretary साहब दिखा रहे थे, both the Pithampur cluster and the Mandideep cluster actually are Aisha seeded, right? I mean, that we were the first people. तो उनका कहना ये है कि industrial policy और इसमें मध्य प्रदेश की जो कथनी और करनी है वो दोनों साथ जाती हैं, right? So what is said is done, and then there is a process, and we have thrived in it, right? तो पिछले 40 साल में हम लोग ने अब 8 facilities बना रखी हैं. आज के डेट में it's not important, लेकिन ये भी कहना important है कि हम लोग यहाँ से पिछले 12 साल से we've been exporting engines all over the world for the Volvo Group. Right, so it's one of the first examples and one of the finest examples of जिसे कहते हैं आजकल Make in India and Make in India for the world. तो ये जो है यहाँ पे काफ़ी समय से चला आ रहा है, and we have thrived here. आज हमारे 8 प्लांट हैं यहाँ पे, right? उसके साथ साथ आज MP में IIT है, IIM है, और पूरा जो engineering infrastructure जो चाहिए होता है आज की डेट में जो कि नए technologies के लिए, they've started to come up, right? So as we see ourselves in a very good place in terms of having a home in the center of the country. Logistics kind of works very well, and we now benefit from, and also benefit, so to speak, the whole ecosystem of having trained manpower, and also access to cutting edge manpower. Because what we are talking about today, the answers to most of the questions are not answered. I also like to thank ICCT Amit ji for the invitation. Right? It's very rare you get an invitation to come back home, right? And visit your home state, right? So it was very interesting to kind of respond to that. But I think there's a lot happening. I think it's possible to do. And then I think Kritika ji, you've laid out, so to speak, the challenges with EV adoption. I think these are all valid challenges, right? There is nothing that I think we can take easy or light. And but I would say that we are working on it. I'd also like to say that manufacturing is happening in the city we are in. So our latest factory in Bhopal is where we actually manufacture our smallest truck, the Eicher Pro X, and that's launched in an electric first version. And I have 2 seats from me, Max, in here, who actually has a few of them, right? So Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh actually has taken that journey. Pithampur mein electric buses banti hain. So it's not, so basically we are present in buses, we are present in trucks, not only in N1, but also in N2. And we are, of course, developing solutions for where electrics make sense. So our journey is ongoing here. And we are, of course, collaborating with startups. We have suppliers here we try to work with. Of course, as was pointed out in the by Kshitij in the presentation earlier, they are probably not exactly in Madhya Pradesh. But as demand scales up, things come closer to the manufacturing hub.
Yes. So every time we hear, and you've reiterated a very important part, that demand, the presence of demand has to be there for the investors to, with certainty they can invest in it, in the space. That's something that we've heard a lot. At the same time, I want to come to this entire topic of localization. I think now I'll go over to Dipesh. Dipesh, I think the industry is split when you talk about localization. And what is the split? The split is that, one end we say that localization gives you a better control over supply chains, and, of course, it's long-term reliability, and you need to build products ground up, basically suited to the climatic conditions of India, rather than simply copy designs from other countries. And we have very unique conditions, whether it is the temperature, whether it is heat, dust, all of that. Now that's the pro part, for localization. At the other end, we also have this group which feels that, not everything can be localized, and it is not efficient to do so. There are structural, cost disadvantages that we have. Now, when there is this split, between pro and, against localization, how do you see this? What's your perspective on this?
Hello. First of all, would like to welcome all of you here and thank you for welcoming me also. A very good morning to all of you. And going forward towards this question, I would like to portray a little here. Seeing the demand what India has it as of now, right? And the production capability what India has it now, we have to really ponder a lot on it. हमें बहुत सारा सोचने की ज़रूरत है उस पे. Then the next thing comes कि एक बार production capability आ गई, then what would be your localization plan, right? As of now, I think I was seeing in the presentation, the electric bus adoption here in Madhya Pradesh is on a lower side, right? Maybe talking about the cities like in Delhi or talking about cities like in Bangalore or some southern cities, there would be a lot of adoption we can see. But why this is happening? I remember around 2 decades ago, I used to visit Pitampura and Devas. There used to be a central hub here. KBL I used to visit a lot. KBL Kirloskar Brothers, one of the, I could say the giant here. And indeed, two of the giant I'm seeing it sitting beside me. Right. So coming down in terms of the demand, what I see is seeing the report recently. I think 1.3 or 5 million, kind of a sale we made, and now raising up with 30% of growth, around about 4 million or so, and with the 30% of contribution which I have seen in the presentation. If that is the progress which we are going to do, I believe by 2030 or 31 or so, we will be making 10 million, kind of a sale or the demand. But see here, because we are into the commercial industry, PMI is very own Indian company, okay, and we are into the electric bus segment. Okay, so talking about electric bus segment, yearly, I believe the production capability we do have 25 to 30,000 odd, buses. But the other side, if we see the demand, which is going more than 50,000 yearly or 60,000 yearly. This is about electric buses. I haven't touched upon the other products like a school bus or didn't touch upon intercity buses and all. There are different, ruler games there in terms of how many kilometers a single charge this bus will go. So coming down means talking about this intercity bus, and wherein you talked about the climate condition here in India. See, there are 3-4 sort of technologies. I'll go a little deeper here so that you will understand what I'm talking about and making a point. Earlier we were dealing with 3-4 sort of technologies called lithium magnesium oxide LMO, and then we have nickel magnesium cobalt NMC. Then we have gone with LFP, lithium ferrous phosphate. So why we are going all this? I'll tell you one great example, seeing, the condition here in India. When we were dealing with LMO technology, the condition here in India, what happens, the temperature goes up. Once the temperature goes up, those LMO chemistries, they are not prismatic cells, they are pouch cell, okay. When they are pouch cell, we have to glue it with some gum, okay. That gums has the density, let's say around 80-85 degrees centigrade. Why I'm talking about 80-85 degrees centigrade? Because when we are operating these buses in a climate condition of 45 degrees centigrade or 46 degrees centigrade, the panel wherein those batteries are fitted, those temperature goes more than 90 or so. So what happens, the density of those glue leaks. We call it as this insulation fault, okay? And then your own bus or battery or whatever the vehicle you are operating, it is standby. The second thing, we have to also address the ACB, BCB, active cooling and passive coolings, right? Because in this temperature, how the ACB, BCB is going to be. Let me tell you one thing which I talked about. PMI is your very own Indian company. Doesn't have single electro-thermal incident. We are working rigorously on that. So we identified, means we have troubleshooted that, means LMO, I think the spouse cell will not be a one which we are looking forward for Indian requirement. Then again, those R&D been taken place. We shifted ourselves to LFP. LFP is a prismatic cell which comes into ampere hours. It depends, means what is the need we required for powertrain to generate the power, and then we have the backward calculation to have it from the battery side. So this battery component is itself is the 40% of your vehicle cost. Okay. Then remainings are, your motors, and it doesn't have those gears and also motors. And then the next important things becomes your, the power electronics. Okay. So I'm looking forward in these three segments now, which you have asked about, the localization. The batteries, which is the 40%. The power electronics. Power electronics, when I talk about, there are maybe, we talked about, we have IEMs in MP and all across. We have IITs, we have ISC, lot many people are working into this area. But what happening here? When we talk about power electronics, that means I'm talking about the converters, boost converter, buck converters, IGBTs, MOSFETs, right? All those things are really, required to have a very, I could say, a kind of a testing which should be validated by our, agencies, probably from ICAT or ARI, means whether they are really, going to support that ecosystem, what we have it here. Because I talked about earlier, the LMO didn't support it. So it should not be that I'm going to import someone and it is not going to support, and I'm again, started copying it at a mass level, right? So what I look forward, all those, institutions should come forward, integrate these demands, because as of now, I see that we have to still develop that capability to develop semiconductors, right? We do not know how to write the Gerber files over the plates, right? So these are all minor things, but talking about in terms of the startup contribution, because we make as a whole one product. Talking about the startup contribution also would be very important for all of us, because we may not be able to localize all the parts. Yes. My product used to have more than 700 parts. So we may not be able to localize all the parts. We required a startup to come forward and support into that ecosystem. So a startup means what? Means they can come into the power electronics to develop those localization. That is one. Probably we can work out the nectar. We have seen that J&K has got the nectar of some, lithium ores and all. Lithium is a very critical component here, right? We may talk about the extraction of hydrogen from H2O or whatsoever, but still lithium is a very important chapter here, right? Extraction of hydrogen would be very costly in terms of the electricity consumptions and all. But in this point of time, the nectar of those lithiums, with the help of that, what could be the other chemistry which can be worked out? What could be the ampere hour we can generate? All those, value additions or the localization, I believe R&D centers has to come forward by integrating the institutions. Secondly, talking about in terms of government also has to support, because I believe in neighbor countries, you cannot change the neighbor, so I'm talking about the neighbor always, right? So what happens, my neighbor countries are becoming the partner with the startup to support them. Not financially, but in terms of the network, in terms of creating their bandwidth and all, right? But here in India, we still talk about incentives. I'll give you one more story about incentives. We have talked about PME drive, we have talked about FAME 2, right? I believe 10,000 crores of outlay which was decided and dispersed also some, I believe. But let me tell you one more thing. When we decide this is the policy which is going to be, it should have very clear-cut instructions. This is what will enable you for the incentive. This is what will not enable you for the incentives. Earlier, we have seen many problems in terms of getting those incentives from FAME. I believe my colleague will vouch for that. right? So when we are framing those incentives, that should be very clear cut to cut, right? Should not be subjective, should be kind of a tableau, which will be talking about yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, right? We'll be giving or helping those, startups to come forward, okay, this is what is required to be done. And seeing Madhya Pradesh, dil hai, Bharat ka dil hai, right? Bada dil hai. Pura jo blood system hai, wo yahin se pump hota hai. So certainly I'm eyeing that the logistic, right? So logistic becomes very important. We should work out as a state kind of a corridor, logistic corridor, right? Having a sort of, charging arrangement, which we talked about, I believe 25 to 30 odd kilometer, we may have one charger. That has to be reduced. That has to be reduced like we used to have HP or Indian Oil petrol pumps, right? We should be confident, okay, I'm taking my car, whether it is 20% charge or 30, I know that I can get the charging. That sort of confidence would come. I see that EV for NH sort of initiatives are happening from the government, but I believe from the state side also, those things should be integrated, right? And indeed, when we talk about localization, that means I'm talking about the affordability. I'm going to reduce the cost of the product, right? So the affordability also will take place when I'm going to do this localization. So localization, if I'm going to look forward in terms of what should be localized and what shouldn't be, so what shouldn't be means we do not have enough nectar of this iron ore, or sorry, major ores. So I think if we still have the dependability. If we talk about motor, it is a permanent synchronous magnetic motor, right? So it is a permanent synchronous magnetic motor. Magnetic is again a rare earth. We do not have that. So what I'm looking, yes, semiconductors still we can work out. We should have that capability to do it, right? So localization certainly will give India the affordability. As PMI, my production capability is around about 2,500 to 2,800 in a year. But very soon we are looking forward the expenditure to make it 10x the production capability. And I'm looking forward in this point of juncture to develop my ancillaries, okay, nearby, so that they can support into that ecosystem. So as of now, I believe once you raise more questions, I'll be able to bubble up many more things here. So I can contribute as of now this. You can raise me more questions probably.
Thank you so much. I think you touched upon many interesting, aspects. First is you talked about, the suitability of a particular battery chemistry to a region, and how we have pivoted from LMO. And you also talked about the availability of, skilled talent, having greater integration with the academia, having centers of excellence in the state. And at the same time, you touched upon three critical components: battery, traction motors, and power electronics. Completely, take your point on that India is still building its capability to manufacture semiconductors. And I think there are big investments happening by Tata, and we will very soon have our own, chipsets manufactured, for automotive sector very soon, made in India chipsets very soon, within a span of 2-3 years or so. And now I want to, basically the same thought. You've represented the heavy duty vehicle segment, and we have someone who's in the state, a two-wheeler assembly, I think Mr. Anmol from Enigma. So, Mr. Anmol, I wanted to understand, what do you see as the strategic advantages which Madhya Pradesh has, and how are you contributing to this sector, and what is your particular view on localization? And if you could also, pause and reflect on some of the points which were mentioned by Dipesh. What are your reactions to that?
Okay, so basically the advantage that MP has. So I'll answer the question in the reverse order. First, what have been addressed to me, then what has been addressed to my panelist. So one of the strategic advantage that we have is the logistics point of view. We are right now in the center of the country. Almost 3 major highways pass through MP and with Ratlam being catering to the Bombay-Ahmedabad corridor. Indore catering to the Agra-Mumbai corridor, and Bhopal catering to the entire NH1, which goes up to Kanyakumari via Hyderabad and Bangalore. So that is one. Number two, I would say that right now the state has a vast growth prospects, because categorically MP has been perceived as an agrarian economy. So here government has to push for a specific industry to grow. We have seen that with Eicher, now we are seeing that with EV, and I am sure that there are certain players also, I know few of them, who are manufacturing batteries as well, and doing a great work, because right now talent pool is also available here, being two triple ITs, one MBA colleges. There's a talent pool availability is also there. These are the top three advantages which I can think of as of now, plus availability of land. We have many industrial parks coming up in Ujjain, industrial park coming up in Bhopal as well, and nearby cities. So now I'll move on to the questions which were addressed previously. The first question was the challenges that are there. So I represent the grassroots working. We are a startup. We have been working here since past 10 years, and been manufacturing 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers both, and having experienced the entire industry firsthand, being an active participant and a grassroots level worker. I would say there is a lot of difference between the policy makers and the policy executioners. Most of the policies which are there for a specific set, so a blanket approach will not work, an umbrella approach will not work. So there are two types of growth which are possible. One is a tree-based growth, which is from the grassroots up. First the seeds are planted, then the stem is there, the roots develop, and the tree grows. And the other growth is which is like an omelette, which has happened because of a industry pressure. Right now, EV is expanding like an omelette. Entire sector is experiencing a vast growth rate. It may be because of crude oil dependency. It may be because of availability of cheaper alternatives, even save cost. We come from a perspective where we think EVs are a means to save cost. A two-wheeler perspective, not the commercial. I'm sure commercial and other heavy vehicles will also reflect the same. So for a omelette-based development, where the entire component sub-assemblies and the powertrain has to develop, there has to be a specific set of policy and execution at that level. I remember the time when we were thinking to buy land, and we approached the government saying that we want to purchase approximately 2.5 acres of land. So, and this was so I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just telling you what has happened so that we can improve upon it. And this is for Invest Madhya Pradesh only, when I've approached the MSME department, I guess. So their answer was, for EV you can go to online and apply. Now, for an EV park or an EV company to develop, we need certain sub-assemblies. We need an ITI college close by, or we need a specific college close by. We need a transport facility nearby where we can get trucks to, dispense the goods. So, if you want to develop an EV specific, you mentioned, Shidej mentioned in the presentation that Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are going on a mass level to manufacture EV. Tamil Nadu has, in Hosur, has a specific sector allotted for electric vehicle manufacturers, where only EV manufacturers are there. Same thing is with Karnataka as well. So a blanket approach will not work. In order to facilitate a particular industry, you have to ensure that whatever the industry need is available nearby. That is when it will grow to the highest level. The second question was the demand side issues and the localization. So the two-wheeler primarily has 10 major components, which includes the motor, controller, the chassis, the harness, the speedometer, accelerator, and disc brakes and front alloys. We are technically behind our neighbors in order for the ferrous magnets, as Dipesh rightly pointed out. These are a specific set of resources not available in the country. Unless and until we learn the technology to enrich that iron to that level, we won't be able to produce magnets. But other components, we have a stronger hand. Plastic parts we can manufacture very easily. Indian steel, Indian iron is world renowned and has, I think, as per to my knowledge, one of the highest grade iron available in the world. And this goes along with it, along other components as well. We have localized almost 80% of our procurement, but we are still dependent on China for procurement of motor and controllers, because we simply do not have that kind of expertise. There are companies coming up, and again they're coming up in Chennai, and few of the companies which are manufacturing motors of that particular level. But again, the cost economics does not work. When you're thinking of EV, you're thinking of EV as a mean to save cost. Now coming on to the incentive part of it, an industry does not need incentives. We need facilitation of planning execution. The policies are being made. So for example, the FAME 2 scheme. FAME 2 scheme was made in order to facilitate faster adoption of electric vehicles to facilitate the manufacturers. The idea was that the cost of the vehicle should be substantially less so that the consumers can adopt it. What has happened? Manufacturers increase their cost by a delta, which again, right, as you rightly said, the policies were not entirely correct on or dubious on how to apply for the subsidies. Many of the companies shut down. I know a few of my peers have to shut down their company because of they were getting the subsidy, but the government reclaimed that the subsidy was not allowed, and this was falsely claimed. Now imagine the impact on an industry or on a dealer which is selling those vehicles. For him, that company does not shut down. For him, that entire EV has left the space. So you are familiar with Madhya Pradesh, right? So imagine Narsinghpur में एक dealer है, वो Okinawa की गाड़ी बेच रहा है. Up to December, there were a lot of demands. He was selling approximately 40 vehicles per month. These subsidy thing happened, and company could not supply. He has to shut shop. The people who were buying the vehicles, who has bought the vehicles, approximately 400 and 500 of them, won't be able to service the vehicle. For them, the company has not left. They will blame the industry. यार कि this is not reliable. TVS को देखो, Bajaj को देखो, अभी भी है वहाँ पे. So that is the impact, which I don't think policymaker encompass when they do something. So a grassroots level initiation and a policy has to be made wherein you inculcate everyone in the draft policies. You inculcate few of the startups, you inculcate few big industries, you inculcate companies like Eicher, you inculcate charging manufacturers, you inculcate everyone. That is how you'll be able to get a holistic view and frame policies particular to that particular industry. Unless and until we do that, a blanket approach won't work.
Thank you, Anmol. That was very elaborate and very candid sharing of views. That was I sort of agree with a lot of points that you mentioned. I think we also have amongst our midst Dr. Parikshit, who's the Additional Commissioner of Urban Development Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. I would request him to join the dais. Thank you. So, Urban Development Department is actually the nodal agency for EVs, and that has framed the policy. And I think Madhya Pradesh has a very innovative policy with very clear targets. And one feature which sort of struck me when I read the policy is that institutional setup, a dedicated, EV board that you are planning to set up, which is having sectoral stakeholders from multiple departments to steer the sector forward. I think that is excellent. I just hope that it happens in execution also, because what we feel is that EV is actually sort of coming together of multiple sectors. It's electricity, it is transport, it is urban development, it's town planning, it's so many departments coming together, and I think that's a very commendable initiative. I would like your thoughts on how you are thinking of building MP as the next automotive hub in India.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me on very short notice to this conference. मैं मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दे देता हूँ कि मैं अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में एडिशनल कमिश्नर हूँ, डॉक्टर परीक्षित जाड़े. ईवी पॉलिसी जो हमने GIS समिट में लगभग 25 पॉलिसीज़ रिलीज़ की है, उसमें एक पॉलिसीज़ थी और उसके बनाने में हमारा जो इंटरनल जो टीम थी उसका मैं मेन व्यक्ति था। सो चूँकि सेशन जो है वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्ट्रेंथनिंग में है, बट सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट घटक होता है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री का डिमांड कहाँ से आए। तो डिमांड क्रिएशन के लिए एमपी क्या कर रहा है उस पर ईवी पॉलिसी में काफ़ी फोकस किया गया है। तो मैं डिमांड क्रिएशन में क्या क्या इंसेंटिव्स ईवी पॉलिसी दे रही है हमारे इवन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए, जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल हमारी जो पॉलिसी 2025 रिलीज हुई है उसमें क्या क्या इंसेंटिव्स है वो आप मतलब सुबह से सुन ही रहे हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो टारगेट हमने रखा हुआ है, मतलब हमने 5 साल के लिए पॉलिसी अभी बनाई है, उसमें जो टारगेट रखा हुआ है फॉर एग्जांपल टू व्हीलर्स का, टू व्हीलर्स आप जानते हो कि जो कमर्शियल फ्लीट ऑपरेटर है जैसे हमारे मतलब ब्लिंकिट वाले हैं या ओला वाले हैं, उनका आगे 5 सालों में जो भी वो नए टू व्हीलर्स खरीदेंगे या ऑनबोर्ड करेंगे दैट शुड बी ईवी, ये हमने अपना टारगेट रखा हुआ है। सेकेंडली हमारा जो न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन जो हम पर्सनल व्हीकल खरीद रहे हैं उसका लगभग 40% जो न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन होंगे दैट सिक्वेंशियली ईयर वाइज हमने टारगेट किया कि वो 40% ईवी हमारे ईवी होना चाहिए। सिमिलरली 3 व्हीलर्स में जो हमारे रिक्शाज हैं या अलग 3 व्हीलर्स के अलावा ई रिक्शा के अलावा जो हमारे 3 व्हीलर्स है उसका 80% हमने न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन का टारगेट एट द एंड ऑफ द पॉलिसी पीरियड ईवी होना चाहिए, मैंडेट किया हुआ है। सिमिलरली 4 व्हीलर्स जो हमारे पर्सनल व्हीकल्स हैं 15% ऑफ ऑल न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन शुड बी ईवीज। ई बस के लिए हमने काफ़ी फोकस किया है, मतलब नॉट ओनली दिस मतलब रजिस्ट्रेशन टारगेट, हमने इंसेंटिव्स भी रखे हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल 40% ऑफ आवर न्यू बसेस चाहे वो प्राइवेट की हो गवर्नमेंट ओन हो, वो हम टारगेट कर रहे हैं कि हमारा ईवी रहे। उसके लिए हमने इस पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पीरियड में 2 साल तक उनको जो हमारा टैक्स रहता है, मोटर व्हीकल टैक्स रहता है, उसका एग्जेम्पशन रखा हुआ है। नॉट ओनली ई बसेस, ई एम्बुलेंसेस, ई ट्रक्स, इसके लिए भी 2 साल, बाकी कैटेगरी जितने व्हीकल्स है पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में 1 साल के रखा है, बट चूंकि ये पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट से रिलेटेड है इसके लिए हमको 2 साल का रखा हुआ है। सेकंड आता है चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जो हमारा अभी एमपी का पर्सनली स्पीकिंग ओवरऑल एमपी में 900 चार्जिंग स्टेशन है, तो वो काफ़ी कम मात्रा में अभी लोग सभी घर पे चार्ज कर रहे हैं। तो टू इंसेंटिवाइज चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो चार्ज पॉइंट ऑपरेटर्स हैं उनको हमारे यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए हमने 4 कैटेगरीज ऑफ चार्जिंग स्टेशन, स्मॉल, मीडियम, लार्ज एंड बैटरी स्वैपिंग स्टेशन, इस प्रकार से उनका जो कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर होगा, एग्जाम्पल स्मॉल चार्जिंग स्टेशन में हम उनको इनिशियल 500 चार्जिंग स्टेशन जो बनाएंगे हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, तो उनको 1.5 लाख तक का कैपिटल सब्सिडी रखी है। मीडियम लेवल का 3 लाख तक का रखा हुआ है फॉर 300 चार्जिंग स्टेशन। लार्ज चार्जिंग स्टेशन जो हमारे फास्ट चार्जिंग इंक्लूडेड फॉर ट्रक्स, बसेस, उसके लिए जो है उसको 10 लाख तक की सब्सिडी हम देंगे फॉर फर्स्ट 200 चार्जिंग स्टेशन। और बैटरी स्वैपिंग में हम 5 लाख तक की सब्सिडी देंगे फॉर फर्स्ट 300 बैटरी स्वैपिंग स्टेशन। रोड टैक्स का मैंने पहले ही बताया कि फर्स्ट ईयर ऑफ पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सभी के लिए 100% एग्जेम्पशन दिया है, और ई बस, ई एम्बुलेंस, ई ट्रक एंड ई ट्रैक्टर के लिए सेकंड ईयर ऑफ पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 2 साल तक का इसका इंसेंटिव दिया गया। साथ में ही रेट्रोफिटिंग के लिए जो ARI अप्रूव्ड हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी है, इसमें हमारा एक पायलट यहाँ पे भोपाल में ही स्टार्ट भी हो चुका है कि जो हमारे ARI अप्रूव्ड इंजिन्स रेट्रोफिटिंग के लिए यूज़ होते हैं, उसके लिए 2 व्हीलर्स के लिए 5000 पर व्हीकल टिल फर्स्ट ईयर्स ऑफ पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, 3 व्हीलर्स के लिए 10,000 तक का उसमें लाभ दिया गया, और 4 व्हीलर्स अगर कोई इंजन रिप्लेस करता है तो 25,000। एडिशनली आपकी जो लाइफ ऑफ व्हीकल है उसमें भी हमने नॉर्मल व्हीकल का 15 ईयर्स होता है तो उसमें और 5 ईयर्स का एक्सटेंशन उसमें प्रोविजन किया गया है। जैसा अभी शुरू में बात हो रहा था कि स्किल वाला जो मतलब एक घटक है, उस पर हमने पॉलिसी में 2 CR तक की सब्सिडी फॉर सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस इस्टेब्लिशमेंट के लिए रखी हुई है। तो फॉर एग्जांपल आप मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का कोई टाइप अगर कोई सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस से होता है एंड दे वांट टू हैव एस्टैब्लिश इट हियर इन MP, दे कैन क्लेम अप टू 2 CR सब्सिडी। बैटरी रीयूज का एक जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है उस पे भी हमने इसमें फोकस किया है, क्योंकि बैटरी की लाइफ आपकी अगर थोड़ी सी भी कम हो जाती है तो वो व्हीकल के लिए वो चलती नहीं है, तो उसका हम अदर जगह पे कहाँ पे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, मल्टी लाइफ अप्रोच क्या हो सकता है, उस पर फोकस करने के लिए हमने इस पॉलिसी में एक इंसेंटिव भी रखा हुआ है और उस पर फोकस भी किया है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट का जैसे बताया कि हमने टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के साथ मिलकर इसके कोर्सेज डेवलप करने के लिए भी फोकस किया जा रहा है। तो जो आपका पॉइंट था कि एंड टू एंड सर्विस व्हीकल जो ओनर है उसको मिलना चाहिए, तो उसके लिए हम ट्रेनिंग सारे ITIs में ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज रहेंगे, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस का मैंने बता ही दिया है। तो इस प्रकार से एक होलिस्टिक पॉलिसी, और जो मैम ने बताया कि उसको ओवरलुक करने के लिए इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है, इसके अलावा बहुत सारे इंसेंटिव्स उसमें दिए हुए हैं। जैसे पार्किंग में आपका एक रिजर्व्ड एरिया EV के लिए रहेगा, जो हमारे बिल्डिंग बॉयलर्स है उसमें भी हमने अमेंडमेंट की है फॉर चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की। जो भी बड़ी 2000 स्क्वायर मीटर से बड़ी वाली अगर कोई कॉलोनी बनती है या अपार्टमेंट बनता है, वहाँ पे चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैंडेटरी किया जा रहा है। उसके सिवा बिल्डिंग परमिशन और जो कंप्लीशन सर्टिफिकेट है वो नहीं मिलेगा। तो इस प्रकार से काफ़ी सारे इंसेंटिव्स टू क्रिएट द डिमांड एंड टू ओवरऑल MP को एज अ EV नॉट ओनली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बट यूजर्स के हिसाब से भी बनाने के लिए हमने काफ़ी फोकस किया है। तो आई थिंक आप सब मैन्युफैक्चरर्स जो है तो डिमांड साइड के लिए थोड़ा सा आपके लेवल पे टेंशन कम रहेगा, बट रिक्वेस्ट यही है कि चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के जो हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो आगे आए एंड इसका लाभ भी उठाए। और जहाँ पे एक बात बताना भूल गया कि सभी के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म लाने के लिए MP EV तरंग पोर्टल भी डेवलप किया गया है, वो भी हमने GIS समिट में लॉन्च किया गया। तो उसमें आप नो योर EV ये भी पूरा है, पॉलिसी सारे स्टेट की भी आप कंपेयर कर सकते हो, ये भी डाला हुआ है। इंसेंटिव्स क्या क्या है, इंसेंटिव क्लेम भी उसी साइट पे हो रही है। फिर आपको फॉर एग्जांपल आप 4 पॉइंट ऑपरेटर हो, आपको वहाँ पे चार्जिंग कहाँ पे लगाना है ये आपको अभी पता नहीं है, तो डिमांड भी जो कॉमन पब्लिक है उस पर डाल सकते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पे इतनी इतनी चार्जिंग की मतलब व्हीकल्स अवेलेबल है EV व्हीकल्स। तो डिमांड आइडेंटिफिकेशन भी चार्ज पॉइंट ऑपरेटर्स उस पोर्टल से कर सकता है। तो ये अभी पायलट मोड में लॉन्च हो चुका है, बट जल्द ही जैसे EV पॉलिसी गाइडलाइंस हमारी फाइनलाइजेशन में है, इस वीक में मोस्टली वो आ जाएगी। तो गाइडलाइंस जैसे रिलीज होते हैं तो ये EV तरंग पोर्टल भी काम करने लग जाएगा। सो ओवरऑल MP का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री के हिसाब से भी अच्छा चल रहा है एंड डिमांड के हिसाब से हमने EV पॉलिसी में काफ़ी घटक रखे हुए। सो आई थिंक दैट्स ऑल, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। आपने डिमांड स्पेसिफिक फीचर्स की बात करी एंड क्वाइट कमेंडेबल। इनफैक्ट जो नीति आयोग की लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट है, या इज देयर अ क्वेश्चन? या
बिकॉज आई एम एबल टू रिकलेक्ट कि एक जो कैटेगरी है व्हीकल्स आपकी ट्रांसपोर्ट में आई एम नॉट रिमेम्बरिंग देम, कैटेगरी आपका ट्रांसपोर्ट बताता है जो कमर्शियल व्हीकल्स का M4N या नाम कुछ होता है। गोल्फ कार्ट इज 4 व्हीलर्स, yes it's included in four wheelers.
Sir, what about making it a street legal, like you are allowing e-rickshaws, which again golf cart also the maximum speed is 25.
Yes.
So why can't you make it street legal instead of you are promoting e-rickshaws which are and the traffic congestion is happening.
Particularly this discussion happened at the level of senior secretaries कि why we are promoting e-rickshaws. तो उन्होंने E3 व्हीलर्स या E4 व्हीलर्स में भी पर्टिकुलर जैसे आपका गोल्फ कार्ट वाला एक एग्जांपल है या हमारे जो कमर्शियल व्हीकल है उसकी उस पे ज्यादा फोकस किया गया rather than पैसेंजर व्हीकल।
सर अगर आप फॉरेन कंट्रीज की मैं बात करता हूँ वहाँ पे गोल्फ कार्ट्स आर स्ट्रीट लीगल, गोल्फ कार्ट्स आर देयर, व्हाई कांट वी डू इट, व्हाई कांट वी स्टार्ट इट फ्रॉम मध्य प्रदेश?
ओके।
So, sir, in particular to your question, making the golf cart street legal, and this is from my perspective, I may be wrong. We have a specific set of operating directive from the MORTH, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, that anything complying on a road, which is a civic, and then state or national highways, has to be street legal. When we say street legal, we mean compliance to CMVR guidelines. The CMVR 1989 guidelines dictate that anything which has passed a certain set of tests as per to AIS.
I am ready to give my vehicle to ARAI or for ICAT.
So when you do that and the vehicle is passed, there is no problem in that. That can be street legal, as simple as that. But Pertaining to golf cart,
I have approached ARIA and they told me, no, golf cart, I can't make it street legal.
Exactly.
So what is
Sir,
the
with all
point?
due respect, in the interest of time, I would request that we get back to the, moderated panel discussion, and we can carry this forward in an offline format. So we also have other speakers who are there with us.
Your suggestion is also welcome.
Yes.
I will explore more possibility on that.
Yes.
I'll just add one small line to this.
Sure.
Sir, ARAI, ICAT and these guidelines, these industries, they work on guidelines by Ministry of Road Transport. CMVR says the vehicle has to be passed. But in order for vehicle has to be passed, there has to be approved components which the vehicle has to encompass, as well as safety regulations, as well as speed and braking regulations. Golf cart does not come in that particular manner. ये चीज ई-रिक्शा के साथ हुई थी आज से 7 साल पहले. उसको inculcate किया गया था. But it was done by the assemblies. The MP, the constitution, a law was passed, especially for e-rickshaws, फिर testing guidelines आई थी. If golf cart has to be made street legal, the testing guidelines has to be passed from the higher up authority. That is when ARA and ICAT can do that.
Thanks. I think I would now go to the last panelist who's not yet spoken, Shashank. Shashank, in your work, what patterns, have you observed from your work with fleets and charging point operators that could actually feed into EV design or production planning? That's my, first question to you. And since you're, you are from Pulse Energy, which is smart EV platforms, right? Are Indian OEMs actually prioritizing API access and data sharing standards in the vehicle architecture is the second question for you. So if you could throw some light there, and also, your perspectives on strengthening manufacturing, it'll be great.
So I feel at the moment, fleets are gradually, transitioning to EV. I feel, how do I communicate this? But manufacturers, like most of the fleets are being taken up by Tata and MG. So they are providing them help, whatever is needed. We are there to, being a startup, as previously said, we are trying to help, be it OEM, be it manufacturers, to try to help them out to have that, adoption and increase that, because the change of ICE to EV is happening gradually for last mile delivery, for public transport, for fleet. So it's gradually happening. We try to help them as much as possible to have a good experience of switching it over. Can you repeat the second question?
So just saying that, are OEMs actually prioritizing data sharing in the vehicle architecture?
At the moment, it's a little not being shared very well. I would say amongst each other, it's either they do not want to share the data through APIs. It's gradually changing, but it will take time. As far as I know, for the previous years of experience I've taken, that they do not feel like sharing that the data will be taken, misutilized, or whatever it is. Because sometimes for fleet data or even vehicles for passenger data, it's a little sensitive data to be sharing amongst everybody through API.
Okay, thanks for that perspective. Over to you, Bhagwan. There are certain strategic business imperatives, that dominate the, EV manufacturing, if I could say that. There is a decision as an OEM that you have to make whether you have to manufacture the component in-house, whether you want to, do in-house, whether you want to outsource, or whether you want to, relinquish partly some control and get into a joint venture, right? Now, if this is the, broadly the trend which we have seen, and we've seen multiple joint ventures happening in this space. But now slowly, if we have to build capability, we have to have full, as an OEM, you have to have full control over your supply chain, and you want to get into, you think of long term, and you want to basically manufacture products in-house. What is your view on this, as Volvo Eicher, commercial vehicles, and what is your view on this degree, of control over your supply chain, and how do you see this?
First of all, I'd just like to take 1 second on demand creation and recognize, I mean, of course, the wonderful comments. I mean, the policy that's put out, Sarkar ke taraf se, I would say it's a good policy, it's comprehensive. I must say that, I mean, having read policies, it's comprehensive. Another comment I'd like to make is to recognize somebody in the audience who actually created demand in a brilliant way. Mahua Acharya, please, I mean, you know, put your hand up. I mean, you know, I mean, what you did for buses, right, and urban transport, I mean, I think changed the conversation in this space. So I think it's a good model to understand, and I think we will see, I mean, just want to say that Madhya Pradesh will see electric buses subsequent to, so to speak, getting us over the hump that happened 3 years ago, right? I think that's, I just want to say that. I'd like to also say a few things here that we manufacture close to 1 lakh trucks and buses every year, okay? We have varying degrees of make versus buy in these 100,000 vehicles, right? So it's not that we don't make everything. We buy, we collaborate, we have joint ventures, we co-develop, we make ourselves, all of it, depending on the component. But there's one thing that I'd like to say to us, right? So as a customer of mine, you will look to me as the one guarantor of everything, right? So I don't tell you as a customer, if this gearbox failed, please go there. You come to me, right? And at the end of the day, that is what customers are looking for. I would also say it's becoming very clear in the EV space that some applications are more amenable to electrification than others. And because India is a big country and has a lot of all kinds of demand, there's an opportunity for us not to have to struggle with taking very difficult use cases and solving them. We can actually solve cases that are easily amenable to electrification, and that gives us huge benefits. I mean, people talk about other countries in the neighborhood. They've spent a lot of money on incentives, which quite frankly, you can question whether all of it was great, right? But what you start to see, if we are smart about it, and if, as policymakers start to identify areas, I think there's a huge opportunity to de-risk, so to speak, the carbonization issue, right? The decarbonization issue by focusing on segments. We also see it. We see certain trucks, certain bus categories, which are automatically with low levels of incentives amenable to electrification and not. To your specific comment on electrification, what are the main components, right? There is the cell, right? And the cell has limitations today. Maybe in 3 years it'll get sorted to some degree. Then you have the pack, which is then putting it together. I think some comments made in terms of it. The BMS, the management system for this pack is important. We have motors, very welcome if we can kind of get started on that. We have controllers of various types. I mean, you know, once you get there. There are small things like wires, right? Right? An electric vehicle requires wires, a surprise, right? So I think huge opportunities if you look at it in that space, right? I mean, chargers, you spoke about it at length. I've had an electric car for 4 years. Okay, I enjoy it. But I don't go far with it because of charging concerns, right? I really am worried about it. So I think if we look at it, we will replace some components with others, but our perspective is that we will do two things. We will collaborate with whoever can give us the components at quality, cost, and scale, right? So if you have that capability, I think we are open to the conversation, and we will just be at the end of the day. Let me just take a bus, yeah? Since buses are good, we carry people. 50 people from, let's say, Indore to Bhopal, right? We manufacture, produce, and support operators to carry passengers today, and we'll continue to do that. The subset of components that goes into making a bus may change from an ICE engine to a diesel engine, or to a electric drivetrain, and we are happy to kind of collaborate to get that done. Right? So every aspect of it, from the cell to the battery, and then of course we are responsible to the customer. At the end of the day, that is very important. I mean, when you get into an Eicher, you're getting into an Eicher, right? You're not getting into some set of components that have been bolted together, and jiska koi ye nahi hai, responsible nahi hai. And that's a very clear message.
I would like to go to Dipesh. I have a question. Now, to strengthen the manufacturing ecosystem, you need to commit a lot of investments, right? And OEMs, many of them, they do not have pure AV architectures or platforms. They are, using their old architectures. Now, and the other thing is, also investing in R&D. Now, if there is no certainty of demand, again, it comes back to the question of demand. Why would you commit a huge quantum of investment to something which, OEMs keep proposing, even the component manufacturers? What is, your opinion on this?
See, my colleague has already talked about Ms. Mahua Acharya. She has really done a tremendous work here. People were able to set the narrative to visualize what is the demand India has in terms of EVs or electric buses. The concern is not about the demand what we have. Certainly we wanted to eliminate all the ICE engine here in India. And that way, with the same space we are going forward, I believe by 2030 or 35 we'll be able to replace all the ICE engines by the electric buses, right? So demand is there. Now coming into your question, the architecture. Certainly means looking forward the capability expansion, the OEMs are looking forward to make the investments by talking about, let's say, MP. So you have rightly talked about the sectorial investment, and I believe my colleague has already talked about to make a EV zone wherein we will be able to work out means what sort of incentives is going to come up. Let's say the anchor incentive if we talk about. Because what happens, see, the money is this, but the expectation is this, right? So we have to somewhere balance it, okay? The balance will come with the help of government, okay? So talking about these 3-4 components which I have highlighted earlier, the motor, we certainly wanted to look forward, means what we can do towards localization of it, because it is also one of the big costs. The battery I have elaborated massively earlier. This is also a very massive cost. 40% of the bus cost is the battery, right? So of course, the wiring harness, BMS, PDUs, all those things will come together, right? So these 3-4 components, we are still looking forward how to collaborate, what support we are going to gain it from the state, even from the countryside, right? So if we are able to work out that, certainly means, let's say I'm making a month 300 or 400 odd e-buses, would like to contribute towards 5,000 to 6,000. And that will be happening only then when I will have more and more, collaboration in terms of developing those parts, right? So this is what the take I can give it to you as of now.
Thank you. So thanks for highlighting that we need to have collaborations among different sets of stakeholders. I think I would like to take a pause here, and if we could have 1 or 2 questions for the panelists. Yes, the gentleman in the front. Can we pass the mic?
Motor segment. I am in that development of that particular area, and it is not the time of the PMSM, it is the time of the SRM now. And how the industry, particularly the Eicher or your company or a company like you, are ready to invest in the R&D of these things. Because we visited almost all the IITs, and they have the interns, and they take 3 to 4 years time for the development and blah, blah, blah things. But the industry, the industry like me, who is already there in the development of this, he rightly gave an example of retrofitting of some of the case of Bhopal, that I executed that. And in that particular area, it is not only motor alone, it is the motor as well as the controller of that. I'm unable to get the support from the industry. Really willing to invest for the R&D outside their premises. If somebody is doing somewhere else, if that can happen, leave apart the government. What the China is doing, what they did, their education institute collaborated with the industry, not the government. The educational institute here are already there, but the pace is very slow. Market demand is very, very high. It is the industry to come forward. The society will adopt whatever they are asking for, setting the target. They cannot set the target of the market. Market is already there. The people are buying. So that is not an issue. It is basically 4 or 3 major areas: motor, controller, charging is altogether a different aspects, battery, and it's BMS. All these things, particularly the electronic part, is the country is capable of. So if the giants or the major players are ready to invest in the R&D, I think the time is ours.
We have incubator processes, so we kind of collaborate with startups. So, but it's just a question of identifying. See, once it's proven, then we work with it, right? So we can obviously kind of discuss with you.
Any other question?
Yeah, hi, my name is Karan. We are a group based out of here and we work across 6-7 industries. Recently we ventured into lithium-ion battery recycling. So we recycle the batteries coming out of mobile phones, consumer electronics, your electric vehicles, 2-wheelers, 4-wheelers. We are working on producing the batteries here as well. The biggest challenge that we are facing today is setting up an R&D facility is fine, that is possible. But the biggest challenge is the technology of the battery is changing so fast, so rapidly, that we need a consistent partner or number of partners to consistently stay with us, once we set up a unit. For example, if a single plant is set up here, it will cost, say, decent capacity will cost minimum of 250-300 crores as an investment. Now, if we don't have players who are committed to working on specific chemistry, specific shape, size and form of a battery, it will be difficult to sustain that over a period, because you see people going from 21700 to 4680 cell types, right? Cell sizes. People going on from chemistries like LFP that we are talking about today to LMFP, and future probably could be very different in terms of solid state or something else, or sodium ion probably. So how do you look at partnerships in those sort of levels? We would need some stronger partners who have large demands. But are companies like you, say Volvo, Eicher, or different companies, ready to work with a startup or a company like that to develop something for say 5 to 10 years and consistently stay with them even when the technology changes in the next few years?
Yeah, please be brief in your response. We've already overshot by 25 minutes.
Companies, so recently there is a company which went bankrupt called Amron backed them in Bangalore, and they shut their operation. I'm missing the name of the company. So unless and until there's a proof of concept, unless and until there's a market for it and the company sees it, for a company it is commercial viability. Commercial viability only comes when you have a market for it. Similar things for you as well. If whatever you're developing, it has to be developed in a manner where company sees commercial viability. उसके बाद ही कुछ होगा जो होगा. Otherwise, there are reach out programs which are there for startups under CSR activities. That is the only way forward.
Thank you. I think we have had wonderful insights from all the panelists and we touched upon multiple issues. I think I will not sum it up in the interest of time. And I thank everyone who's come and made time for attending this special event. So with this, I think I can wrap this session to make way for the next session on EV manufacturing. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists and the audience.
A big thank you to all our panelists and moderator for a rich and engaging session. Your collective insights are critical to advancing India's EV manufacturing landscape. Before we move on to session 2, there is an announcement. Please make sure these vehicles are parked properly. That is Centro MP04 CB6651. I repeat, MP04 CB6651 and BMW HR26 D44038. Please ensure that these vehicles are parked properly to avoid any sort of inconvenience. We now move to our session 2, focused on building a robust EV manufacturing ecosystem. To moderate this session, I warmly welcome Mr. Randir Singh, founder and CEO for C Advisors, an expert in Before we commence session 2, we'll take a short break to have some water if you need, and please settle down after the water break. In next 2 minutes, we'll commence session 2. Excuse me, everyone. If we have Anubhav Sharma from Adore Par, please join us here next to the stage, please. I repeat, if Mr. Anubhav Sharma is present here, please join us near the stage. I request everyone to please be seated. It's time to resume the session. I request all the participants to please settle down. It's time to resume the session. Without further ado, I request everyone to please settle down. Please note, if Ms. Suman Pal from Adore is present here, please come and meet us next to the stage. I repeat, if Ms. Suman Pal from Adore is present amongst us, I request Mrs. Suman Pal to please come and meet us next to the stage. It's time to commence session 2. I request everyone to please settle down. Without further ado, we now move on to session 2, focused on building a robust EV manufacturing ecosystem. To moderate this session, I warmly welcome Mr. Randhir Singh, founder and CEO for C Advisor, an expert in sustainable mobility and systems transformation. Welcome, sir. It's time to invite our panelists for session 2. May I humbly call upon panelist 1, Mr. Rajesh Jain, VP Product Development, VE Commercial on the stage. Panelist 2, Mahua Acharya, founder and CEO, Intent Platform. Panelist 3, Professor Sagar Mitra from IIT Bombay. I request Mr. Sandeep Singh to present the bouquet to our panelists, please. Everyone, let's put our hands together for our panelists. I request Mr. Randhir Singh to present the bouquet to our panelists. Let's give it a louder applause. Come on, everyone. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Over to you.
Hi, am I audible? Thank you very much. And we were expecting more than 3 to 4 to 5 panelists, and then finally, now we are just before the session, we were discussing that how we will actually do with so many panelists. Because one gentleman just before this session was asking whether there will be an open session or not. I want to ask a lot of questions. So this is one. Second thing is, in fact, these two, leaders sitting with me, there's a lot of things we need to learn from them. Professor Sagar Mitra, he needs no introduction, but he comes from a background wherein he has worked not only on the academic research and other things, but the industry-specific solutions also. In fact, currently there's something from the government of India mandate wherein he's working. I don't know whether he wants to talk about it or not, but we'll actually grill him for that. And one statistics which he told me last time when we met, how many PhDs, half century, right?
Yeah, 35 years. So done, and another 16
more. So within the next couple of years, he will be crossing half century of number of PhDs under him as a mentor, and most of them are in EV domain, by the way. And when we talk about the skill gap, that is where the lot of, the high-end skill as well as the research and development people come from. Mahua, again, she needs no introduction. As an MD of CSL, she has done a wonderful job. In fact, that was it was a pioneer job. In fact, first time ever, aggregation of the buses. It was a cumbersome job. All the SRTUs has to come together, agree on a single platform, single mechanism, single type of tender. And when we were doing the FAME 2 remodeling, and when we decided that finally CSL is the one who will be taking up this job, in fact, before giving the work, we were talking with the Saurav and all, and Saurav is like, okay, we'll do it. But that is not the Saurav who is going to do it. She is the one who has to lead in and out and everything, and finally all the burden to have, the consensus on the first is whether the same platform, same type of tender, same type of mechanism, specifications, and the timeline, everything. And more things we will hear from her, right? Rightly so. Now, particularly this particular, the session, when we talk about the EV manufacturing, there are a lot of things which has been done from the government of India and the industry is also doing. But still, I say it's 10% of the work which is actually supposed to happen. There are many, many things wherein we are lacking. From where should I start? Let me start from the bottom, the cells. Lithium-ion battery cells. We are still nowhere. Although I should be the last person saying this because I led the advanced chemistry cell program for this country. But unfortunately, the companies who have won the award till now, commercially, not even a single cell has come out commercially. Of course, at the testing stage, 2 of the companies are already at the testing stage, but commercially, no cell has come out. As we talk right now, almost 8 to 9 companies are putting up their cell facilities. But what we need is the commercial viability. And in fact, we were discussing just before this that the technology which we are chasing right now is already outdated in the outer world, right? Okay, so taking not much of the time, I'll start with Mahua and 2 things, Mahua. One thing is, from your previous experience, in the buses side and all, what type of questions and challenges the manufacturers had, and to meet the requirements which you assembled with the consensus of different SRTUs, different cities, 4 to 5 cities who actually participated.
Maybe now it works, yeah. Thank you. Randeep, thank you for your generosity of comments, seriously, and Bhagwan and Dipesh and others. Thank you. Really nice to be here. And really nice to also see and listen to what's happened in the last maybe 2 years or maybe 1 year, certainly of buses and where these are right now. And I'm just pleased from everything I've sort of interpreted, like you were saying, Bhagwan, that at least for cities, it's the business model that appears to be seated, singing there. So I'm very happy to see that cities have sort of said, this is the business model we're going to work with. So to your question, Randhir, what were OEMs saying? So for the benefit of the group, we ran a process. It took me about 10 months to launch the tender. It took me about 7 months to get cities to agree that they would all be part of a single contract and a single tender, which is, as you can imagine, across the states is quite tough because transport is not even a concurrent matter. It really sits with the states. So starting from that, and then of course a mindset that's quite local, there were a lot of objections. But then when it worked, we got prices, worked meaning over prices that were cheaper than diesel. That business of demand aggregation and the concept appears to have settled. But in that consultative process, and I must preface out there, I knew nothing about buses. In fact, I called one of the bus companies over the weekend and I said, oh my God, take me to a factory. So he took me to a factory in Faridabad on a Sunday morning, and I spent the whole day seeing how buses were built and all of that. OEMs asked
and they now have the biggest manufacturing installation capacity now in the country.
Those guys, yes. So one question was, I think for a long time, OEMs, at least in the first round, did not anticipate that the tender would be this big. So it was a little bit of an experiment, and even actually for me, it felt like never been done before. But in my mind, how do I get scale? And if I don't get scale, what is the use? We will never be able to deploy this FAME subsidy. The work that you guys were remodeling at NITI was the second time around. You picked it up to remodel because it had not been deployed. So OEMs actually started with some very basic questions. The first of them was, we did not benefit, we must say, I benefited from the experience of about 300 buses that were already on the road. We did not start from scratch. And the experience with those 300 is something very basic, where you were told that the bus was going to travel so many kilometers on a single charge, and then it was not happening. And I just didn't know how to fix that, except to raise the battery. Just put more juice in it and get a bigger battery. But I also know that buses are going to go overcrowded regardless. So either you become a battery carrier or a people carrier. And a lot of OEMs at that time said to me, no, the bus will go. And we don't have a battery that is so big. We ended up changing the specs, and I think there was a bit of a question mark around, we don't know if this process will even work, so we changed the specs to 200, in fact. And that was one of the most basic questions at that time. Can I trust this technology? That was what was in people's minds. Yes, it's quiet and it's a good ride, it's a comfortable ride, but can I trust it? And I think I might say today, that trust question is still there in people's minds. People still ask, how much will it give me on a single charge? And then people will still debate whether your car gives me what it's supposed to give me, or whether I run it on economy mode versus some other mode, what I'll get out of it. So that's one. And then the question started getting a little bit more serious, and I saw that it was coming up in the panel before me. A lot of companies started saying, just as you are aggregating buses, that's the whole vehicle, why can't you aggregate batteries as well for us? Because some OEMs said, we're smaller than others, and we're at the bottom end of the totem pole, or the importance totem pole, and everybody was buying from one or two suppliers, really. Everyone had a very similar kind of neighborhood problems and other such things. And I used to get a lot of those questions, that can you aggregate the battery portion, at least stuff that we don't compete on and that we're not going to kill each other on. Can we please aggregate that? And I just remember thinking, I'm not sure how to do that. There will never be any competition. And the economist mind in me was thinking, my God, is every bus now going to be exactly the same battery company in there?
That's because, Indian market is, when it comes to the bus, is not the OEMs. It's the bus body manufacturers. So when you go to the EVs, they felt left out. These OEMs are not even putting the engines now, and still they are getting the largest share. I think that's when these...
Yeah, so I was trying to be kind. in the computer world, back in the day, they were called system integrators. There was, you could buy an assembled computer, or you could buy a full product. And so some of that distinction still exists today. But that said, I can see now the next level, people are asking for more structured partnerships because the bus demand has gone up. And other three-wheelers and so on have also gone up. I think people are now facing certainly the next generation of higher level questions around just pricing and pricing volatility and supply volatility. Now, it's only a question of time before institutionally we will start asking for some mechanism to benefit from a pricing drop. Because at the back of everyone's minds is what happened with our renewables industry. Started at 16 rupees and now in this state it's 2.5. And that's the only thing people know. In this state it's 2.5 because of the really clever, sophisticated structuring that went into that particular project. So people are asking now slightly more the next level of questions. But at that time, can you not aggregate the whole thing for us?
Because that was the result of failed almost 19 to 20 tenders across the different states. So we did one evaluation with the help of the World Bank, why tenders are failing everywhere. Although the model contract we had already put up in the public domain, but you know, every state was tweaking their, I'll just give 2-3 glimpses why it was failing. The results, you know, very basic and surprising results. So every state is taking up the model contract which NITI has put up, and then they were tweaking the things which manufacturer find it very tough to customize on the basis of the number of orders which they are going to receive, one. But you know, the biggest thing which happened, why people were not even quoting in those tenders is like, all the states floated the tender together with different specifications with timeline of 15 to 20 days. So now every company has actually to do the ground of work, come out to meet those specifications with a particular cost in all the different states, and everybody want them to, you know, attend this physically when the bid is opening and everything. And you know, no matter how big the company is, but the division in a particular division, the person who is handling the procurement and other things generally rests with couple of people, right? So this was actually one of the biggest reasons why so many tenders were failing at that point of time. And then when they have come out with a different set of mechanisms and everything, it became really tough for everyone to agree on one thing and finally come out, with the solution, which I think she has done, and she has done wonderfully. But I'm going to ask another question in your current world. But I'll just take a pause and go to Professor Sagar Mitra. Professor Sagar, in current scenario, when I talked about the ACC and you know, people have already won the bid, but they are not able to produce even a single commercial cell till now. What do you think? Where is the gap in terms of the manufacturability? Whether it's the skill set, it's the material, it's the processing, it's the actual R&D tech we lacks, or it's the technology transfer which we are not having as of now, or the partnerships where we lack. You are rightly placed to answer this question because having so many PhDs, definitely they must be working on one or two of the, yes, please.
Yeah, okay, good afternoon everyone. So it is already almost 1. Thank you the organizer and Ranvi to call me here, and I'm sitting here and then talking with you. So few things. This question is, even I also was thinking why these people are not ready to even putting up this this plant of few gigawatt hour capacity. So one thing is, you may not know that if you are planning for 2 to 6 gigawatt of factory, you need say 2-year plans to plan, and then installation, and the equipments comes another 6 to 8 months time if you are ordered 2 years back. So this actually a gap. So if you start today, it will be another 2.5 years, then you can start installing it. So this is one thing. So there is a multiple of things I was thinking, because all these company who are own the bid, my students are there. So that is internal thing, that's fine. But whatever things I myself think why it is they are not getting confident. First is confident, technological confident. The technology, what they are thinking to transfer from one industry, they are in, let's say, 100 to 200 megawatt hour level. So gigawatt and 100 megawatt or even 500 megawatt is a huge differences. So all in gigawatt level, at least 10 gigawatt hour level is fully automated, and you need to understand or get a confidence about the whole process in a different level. Even getting the proper manpower to run that process in a fully automated process line, we don't have. Frankly speaking, we don't have. We need to again depends on the same industry or same country, which is right now Falcom is facing. They have to replace 3,000 engineers, Chinese engineers, by the Indian engineers. So this is the same thing, same problem will be coming. So this is one thing. Technological, another part is what technology people are transferring. As per my opinion, is more than 10 years old technology. So they are absoluted and they are transferring to you. So that technology, if you start producing, you are actually going to compare with the fastest technology, which is much more superior in performance, at least reliability terms. This is a Six Sigma product. Lithium-ion battery is a Six Sigma product, so you cannot have a reliability issue cannot be put into your process line. Second is, I feel obviously capex is not a problem for the company who got it, but manpower, the confidence, technological level confidence, and obviously raw material supply chain is still not established. If you look at the history of China, they have learned everything from Japan, but at the same time, vertically they grown both the technology as well as the supply chain. So which we are missing here. So we are not even still thinking that we need to vertically grow both all these accessories, not only manufacturing. You need to grow all these things together in the same time. Otherwise, one will fail to there's a cascading effect. So still we are thinking, I think multiple problems and multiple points. Money is not a problem for India, I am sure. But other things actually hindering this. They are actually pulling this not to happen. I was actually giving a talk why we cannot have a gigawatt factory yet. To Ador, I don't know, Ador guys are here. So in Ador last year, just giving the analytical way, what are the things why still we are not having this factory yet? So all these points in technical points and numbering was given. So maybe I can share with Ranveer on that presentation.
Rightly so. But one question. So there are now companies like Altman and all who are now working in the the CAM domain, even from the AMS anode active material side also. The Epsilon is doing a tremendous job. They are building one of the biggest factory in US. They are
board of.
And in Vijayanagar they have a very good factory now. They expanded also the capacity. What are your views about how these companies are able to, of course, Altman has just started, they have not scaled up yet, but what are your views about it? I think we were there together.
Yeah,
right there.
In this, the anode capacity, like what you are talking about, Epsilon, because I am in their board of directors. So they have a capacity, they have a huge capacity to do, but they are not looking at India right now because there is no player even start thinking to manufacture. So they are right now outside. There is a many things why there is a still problem. What they are facing is a competition is one, obviously, and the price point. Price point is the main problem for any new suppliers. To a existing is a huge supplier who can actually bring down the price of ton wise. So as a newcomers, you need to first certify or qualify your product to a establish manufacturing. That is, they have done. Couple of company, I cannot say because this is all our internal matters. So couple of big players, they are already qualified their product. But the price point still is negotiation. So that is going on. Once you are having the similar price, even lower price, because once you go for a new player, anyway, any startup, you can go to any big OEM, they will say, can you reduce your price so that I can buy from you? That's a main things. Even similar thing happening with them also. So need to see how they can actually take that challenge and start doing it. And as per my opinion, if the JSW or anyone, even Reliance starts, or anyone like a Ola starts in a gigawatt factory, then the first supplier will be Epsilon, I'm sure on that, because they have the capacity. They are producing in a good quality, and then their all product is qualified outside also.
So just to give you a perspective how anode active material or cathode active material domain works, even though let's say Epsilon has a product which is being validated with two of the biggest, the cell manufacturers, but if let's say JSW or even the Ola, they have not started, which I know, but if they have to start taking the active material from them, the validation itself takes 3 to 4 years. Yeah. That's the timeline which we are looking at. That means you start talking to somebody, right? And the courtship period is 3 to 4 years. That's the courtship period only. After 3 to 4 years, it might happen that you might need to extend it, or even if your source changes, then the validation again starts, right? So that's how the validation thing works in this particular domain when we talk about the manufacturing per se. And it's a capex heavy game, extremely capex heavy, with the with the foresight that somebody is going to buy it. But once the validation is done, you are set for 7 to 8 years minimum. So that way it is good, but the initial period of the capex thing, it eats away a lot of capex. And when it comes to the raw material, there are not many companies in India who can actually provide you the raw material, consistent raw material. And without consistency, it doesn't work in the cell domain at all. So now coming back to you, MADHYA, buses done. What next? I know, but I want to hear from you. And what next and why? Why this particular field?
Firstly, I must say, every time I talk to you, I learn some scientific thing on EVs. Every single conversation with you, I learn some scientific nugget. So thank you for that. I have just started, I finished after that bus journey, and I spent a little bit of time recovering from, I was very, very tired. But I started thinking, is it possible for us to apply some of the design work we did in the buses to trucking? Because as I was looking around, even when we were working on buses, 2 or 3 truck manufacturers came by, and they would say that they're building out electric trucks. It was both a combination of my own lack of bandwidth and not enough manufacturers out there to solicit competition. So as in a government role, I can't work with one company and I can't build something big. For that, you can nurture that one company. And in fact, we did. There was one little company that now got acquired by a very large engineering group. So I got thinking a little bit, saying maybe let me see if it is even possible to aggregate demand for electric trucks, but this time also deploy it. Now, unlike in the government, we would aggregate, and by aggregate, I don't just mean 1 plus 1, but 1 plus 1 sitting on a single contract. Because every state, as you know, was doing their own thing. Here, is it possible for us to get to some sort of a unified contract, or at least a contract that looks the same? They don't need to climb onto the same document, but they have to agree as a group of people that they would sign on to electrify their transport. So the appeal is to go to companies and say, hey, we'll change your transportation for you, but at no additional price increase from diesel. There is, however, an expectation that they'll get the same reduction in prices that we got in buses, but buses was 5,500. Here, there's less than 300 big-size vehicles on the road. So we've just started this journey looking into trucking, have now started to say, and very new, into a large-scale, large-sized trucks, so those big, heavy 55-tonner trailer things, simply because what is the closest to making this into an infrastructure asset class? And I'd done some work in the government on the smaller vehicles, And I think they reach parity, so they're fine. The market will take care of it because the OPEX demands, the OPEX advantages will be so much that consumer demand will run with it. This is much harder. And so we've just started. We're a few months in the business and learning about freight. Every few hours is a conversation with some other company, but every day I learn something new about how varied and difficult freight is. We have no standard, we have tremendous inefficiency in that segment, and I don't have an answer to how one can fix it. But I know that that inefficiency in the diesel system cannot, that habit cannot move onto the electric system. So either we get a whole new generation of drivers and companies that own those drivers and manage those drivers with very different standards, or, I mean, I don't know what else we do. We're still in the middle of it. First 4 months into this, thinking about it. And so our focus now is, for now, this very minute, is 55-tonner, big industry. I was wanting for us, as we were raising money, I was wanting for us to be a demand aggregator, standard setter as an enabler. We will remain a catalyst. And then I found that there are just so many inefficiencies in that segment that I think it is possible, is the hypothesis, that of course prices will come down to less than diesel and not the 5 or 6% that you hear in the market by significant, except that it will need a change in habit. So we've set aside some of our own money, which was not set aside for this. We've set some money aside. And we're going to now approaching companies to say, look, if we have to do the first few catalytic suite, fine, we'll do it. That was never really the plan, but only once I get the inputs into a contract. Now going back to my bus's life, you all at Niti Aayog had created a contract. You had created a nice template that we could work with. The government have not issued anything like that. So there's no standard out there. So it's tough, but this is what we're doing now. And you were asking why. I don't know actually.
Okay, now the ground realities. One is, of course, the trucking side where you are working. So the two very important things, the trucking industry in India is actually based on the financing and refinancing. That's how the trucking industry in India works. This is one thing. When you are going for the aggregation, the TCO I'll park. If the financing and the refinancing works, in fact, they will not even look at the TCO. And the second part is the manufacturers, whether the requirement which people have, the type of, charging, of course, the charging facilities available, which consumer think is the responsibility of the government. Government thinks that we are doing partially, some things industry should do. When we talk about the industry, it's the OEMs should do, right? So the charging. And the important part is the type of machine, that is the vehicles, that is the trucks which are required, whether those are available, that type of warranty is available, that type of run is available, or somebody is saying, no, after 160,000 kilometers or after 800,000 kilometers, you have to change the battery, which is the, almost 35 to 40% of the cost. So one is the manufacturability, charging infra, and the financing. Financing is fine. I'm sure you must have worked out something for the financing before even diving in this well. So maybe you can focus on the first two.
Let me focus on, so these are the challenges we're facing now. I mean, I hope that in a year from now, I'll be able to at least have some answers to them. But these are focused as we speak. There are multiple OEMs for this particular product category. Now, that's a good thing because you need multiple OEMs to talk to. Each has their own competitive advantage, and you need to create somewhat of a market. So that's a good thing. What is still a bit of a question mark is some OEMs, and this is the habit we have, our legacy players are used to working in a certain way. Most of it is based on a purchase order coming to them. In the business of electric trucks, that won't work. I'll tell you what we're doing, and it's extremely inefficient, and I hope, I'm really open for ideas for how else to do it. We scrape every single road that is given to us. Every road is scraped on an Excel spreadsheet, and then it's scraped with an actual truck that goes on it. And every 10 days later, I get a report. That is not the way to change transport in this country. And the variance between the Excel spreadsheet and the data, and we've now done this for only 200. Okay? We've been doing this, we started this business in March. And I'm just thinking now, oh my God, I mean, how, this is not the way to do it, but there's no other way. I just can't think of any other way to do it. So the inefficiencies are daily challenges. When I speak to my OEM colleagues saying, you know, this is how we're doing it, and they say, oh, I'm so glad you're doing it because this would be how we would do our business development. Now, legacy players do that business development themselves to prove to a client that their electric is going to work in that area. I mean, the non-legacy players do it. The legacy players don't do that. But I do want to buy a legacy truck because it comes from an old OEM whose technology, whether or not I trust it, whether or not I trust it fully, but I trust that it's an ancient company that is out there that won't let me down. I also need them because their dealerships are all over the place. I can't be calling a new age system integrator kind of OEM who has all the right approach and really unique. They're doing all this business development. They've got the same tools we've got. And we did this in the last 3 months, but they've been doing it for 2 years, so they're really ahead of us. So our challenges are that it is so spread across the country that we have to find a way to standardize this upfront work. I will not whine about charging because there is just an endless, it's infinite. I don't have an answer to how infinite it is. And so what do? We stay with what the market has. We cut it to 150 kilometers. If something comes up beyond that, great. If not, that's what we're doing for now. But that's not the way to do it. Financing. Now the challenge on financing is not as simple as sometimes I'm at these forums and people say, I want cheaper capital. Interest rate subvention appears to be what I keep hearing, and I keep thinking, that is not the problem. I can afford at private commercial money we've raised, I can afford at 15%, not a problem. I can even afford at 16%. That's not the issue. The issue is I want long-term financing that is stable. Now that I have to compete with the economics of diesel. And by the economics, I mean market dynamics of diesel. And that is really hard. Try and talk to a bank who have not got past the diesel way of assessment. We had this with buses as well. And finally, the only thing that worked, well, there were many things that worked, but one of them was a call from the government. That helped. The second thing that worked is that there's an institution on the other side. So you go to banks that are mandated to give money to institutions, and so they have to choose between a less bad asset and this thing. So it all worked out at the end of it. But we don't have that now. So I think the discussion on financing that's out there in the public has to be a little bit more sophisticated than this interest rate subvention, because really that's not necessary. If we're able to prove that economics come down, that we're able to get a rate that is cheaper than diesel, which I know we will, but it'll only come with size, with scale. You don't even need 8 years. 8 years is what we need to amortize a 1 crore asset at today's market rates. I may not need 8 years. Maybe I'll just be happy with 6 and I won't have to take vehicle risk for 8 years, but I don't know if the vehicle will, I don't know when it'll break. This time it's not carrying people, it's carrying really heavy goods and it's going in rougher areas. So that I can't predict.
So there's good news, there is bad. Bad, I will not be the one who will deliver. But the good news is there are companies, in fact, one particular in India who has not only developed but already deployed some of the HDTs and HDVs both. That means buses as well as in the truck side. Truck side is still at pilot state, wherein they are giving 300,000 to 400,000 kilometers of the warranty. And it's a replacement warranty, by the way. And again, the charging is 15 minutes. Not 20 to 80, 0 to 100. So that is one good thing, and it's an indigenous technology. Nothing imported from China, one. Second thing is, when it comes to the financing, I think you rightly said that there are hundreds of challenges currently, but slowly NBFCs are coming up. So I had this mandate from one of the biggest NBFC, Shriram Finance, And they have launched a very specific product, not only the EV, but for the renewables. And it's a totally different domain, Shriram Green Finance, who is now going to focus only on this. But with them, you know, again, the interest rate is something wherein they have to work upon. But the, you know, what is so startling fact, they didn't had any product from their side. They were actually talking to different OEMs, different manufacturers, service providers, CPOs, MSMEs, that what type of product you want in financing.
So let me just, you know, Randhir, NBFCs operate in a space where banks don't. And NBFCs make their money because banks are not in that space. They borrow at much higher interest rate. They borrow at 11, 12% and give it out to you at a little bit more than that. But the fact that NBFCs exist is only to occupy that space that banks don't work in. If you want to make this business of anything in this country at scale, it doesn't work with NBFCs. NBFCs will help you get there and will help you test out some data points. But the mark of success actually should be that you must graduate from an NBFC to a bank. So in NBFC, you suffer the interest rate for a bit and you suffer, you know, being squeezed on so many areas if you're able to, if your capital is able to. But really, we shouldn't be, we should all strive to get this business of trucking for now, all kinds of mobility. Certainly the bigger mobility because the capex is heavier, out from NBFCs and into banks. It is an asset. It's an asset which I would argue, like we did for buses, is that it's an infrastructure asset. So it sits in a very different mind. It is evaluated in a different mind from the banking side and the investment side. So the fact that NBFCs now and one or two ones of high leadership value are interested is great, but I mean, that's not good. That's, you know, yeah. We can't do it. I might ask one of my own investors to give me money at 16% and keep the stress in-house.
Yeah, LTV of 90 to 95%, but it comes 15 plus for sure. Even so, this specific domain, let's say if they are getting, you know, if they buy at plus 100 or plus 200 basis points, that's what they are going to deliver to others also, even if it is under the green financing, right? Professor Mitra, now comes a very, very important point. Even though these companies are not manufacturing or whatsoever, but when it comes to the technology, let's say they start manufacturing tomorrow, and they are right now, you know, the 2 years they have taken, and for a particular set of technology they have prepared, which I don't want to name right now here. It won't look good, but the world has already moved on, right? What is your view? Let's say tomorrow they produces this particular cell, which is the commercially viable, let's say 1.6 gigawatt hour, because you know the machines comes into in a certain category. You cannot install suddenly 2 gigawatt hour or 5 gigawatt hour. There is a type of category under which the machines come. It's 1.6, it's 3.2, or a particular number. So it's like the transformer. आप एक तरीके का ही लगा सकते हो, ऐसा नहीं कि suddenly मुझे कोई एक number चाहिए उस number का मिल जाएगा. Same thing happens with the you know, the cell manufacturing also. But about the technology, what is your view? What is about the sodium ion? What about the solid state? And what about the within the NMC? I'm talking about 910. I'm talking about you know the different anode. सब obsolete. वो सब obsolete हो गया. 811 भी. That's why I'm saying 910. So right. So what about these technologies? Specifically solid state and sodium ion. Lot of talk around these two technologies.
There are many questions already asked. Okay, so first question is, if you are transferring old technology and producing the cells, I see steel is good, because if I remember BYD car, I was in a passenger seat at least 8 years back. It was like a Mahindra. One small car was there. I forgot the name. Huh? Not Reva. It was a sedan. I forgot. it changed the
नीति में सारा का सारा e-Verito ही था.
Yeah, almost similar kind of shape. Changed the electric motor, changed by the electric, this IC engine was changed by the electric motors, and battery was the very different type of batteries in a condition that time. 8 years back, I was in China, and the driver having not much control, even the control was not that good. So from there, currently we see that VOID where they are. So started somewhere, and we can pick up our capability in a manpower, even technological experiences, and the capability, obviously technological capabilities. I am not sure we are very bad in that sense. So we are very good on that. So we can keep it up. It is not that we cannot make the old generation of technology, and similarly you can actually run for the advanced technology same time. It is a problem. You can switch it. The problem mainly comes because our calculation says that if you are below 6 gigawatt of capacity, you are not actually competing with the price of what China is dumping right now. So there is a problem. So 6 gigawatt above is required, and that's a huge scale. The other things will come, the raw material supply chains, all the issues will be there. So second thing is he's talking about, if you look at the LFP chemistry, we are all talking about LFP chemistry, which is currently give you maximum 150 watt per kg, which India is getting 160. You know, the current LFP in a advanced level is giving you 180, even above 180. Because the packing density, I don't know how many people know the material packing density, is 2.6, is a huge number of packing density. And currently whatever you are using, that packing density of that particle is 1.5 to 1.6. So it's almost one changes, double happened. So we are in that level. In material engineering also we are below, means we are not touching that where China already touched. So these things, you see, even the same technology, only material engineering actually takes this battery to the 200 level where NMC is playing right now. So these things we should actually concentrate. Even day after I'll be in Delhi, I think that's the things he's trying to dig it out. That's a last question was that. So, so many things will be actually planning right now what next 10 years, what India is going to do. So I got a chance to maybe present something in the ministry. So that is okay, that is another thing. Is one thing we are actually lacking right now on the advancement of the material engineering. Even the same material is used in the batteries. We think that, okay, that is everything done. It's not done. This lithium-ion battery is not done. It's still going on. So many things is changing right now. Apart from that, sodium is coming up, but sodium, the density, even volumetric energy density is very poor compared to energy. Energy is okay, but currently in EV sector, we are looking for more and more energy because energy intense is required because of the long distance running. I think Volvo is sitting here. So we are thinking of 750, 800 kilometer is already possible by the battery. So this type of energy density, when you talk about the battery, sodium actually lag behind on this. So, but sodium can be good for the small vehicle. Even small vehicle also doesn't fit with the economics, but the mid-range, like a 3-wheelers, is a good proposition for sodium and battery. Even we are talking about e-truck. I will be talking in the next session also will be there. E-truck also is a good option for the sodium and batteries for many reasons. Other than that, solid state is still in a talk. Even Volvo is sitting here. Is not a fully solid, but semi-solid is going on right now with the polymer based. But is again evolving. The research is evolving, technology is evolving. You are talking about NMC with a high nickel content is very risky for the India, as per my opinion. You need to have a very good thermal management system as well as the battery management system if you are using above 8-1. So if you are going 9.5 is a dangerous composition to work on. And we are habituated not to use very good control, BMS, and already incident happens because we are not actually controlling the battery. You always blame the battery or battery chemistry, but it's not that. Actually, how you are utilizing and what are the precautions you are taking. It is very important. So this type of highly energy dense material, when you are using, it gets heats up. As per the thermodynamics, if you have same volume, if you increase your energy, your temperature difference is high. It is very simple thermodynamic formulations. So once you have a more energy in a small pack, you have increased the temperature delta is increasing. So that is need to be controlled by thermal management, but we are not doing much thermal management. I have even sitting through many project evaluation, but I don't see
hardly any two-wheeler has active BMS even.
That is another problem. There is no space to do thermal management. So they are actually using active air passing through. So there also you have a lot of energy, like a engineering aspect can be looked at it, how to use that airflow to cool down this, and LAP is good. That's the reason LAP is used right now. NMC 622, we are talking about 622 is used because of it is less dangerous compared to 811. That's the reason.
Thank you very much. I think I overshot the time, but we'll quickly take at least 2 questions before we wrap it up. Yes, please.
Hello. Who are running the truck industries. But with EV industry coming up, the technology is getting more democratized and revolutionizing. So how do you see this scenario changing in the future?
That's a good question. Let me explain what I mean by inefficiency. In the diesel trucking business, which has been going on 50, 60 years, the way that system works is you pay a very small percentage of the total truck price upfront, and the rest is financed by the banks. We have had this thing called vehicle finance for a long time, commercial vehicle finance, and they have learned how to get comfortable with diesel trucks. So you can get almost up to 90% of that vehicle financed by a bank. And not to be quoted, but this business of over-invoicing is also very rampant. So you don't actually pay the remainder 4 lakhs, you pay actually even less than that. Okay, so that's your starting point. With about 2 to 3 lakhs, very likely you will be able to go and buy a big truck. Then you have to make money to run it. As you make money to run it, you're subject to the vagaries of the way we do business in India. So you're subject to the vagaries of our roads, of waiting at the weighbridge, waiting at the toll, waiting at the city because you can't get in. All that means the diesel industry appears to be working at about 70% utilization or efficiency. Now, that capex that I need to recover for an electric is not 40 lakhs anymore, because that's how much needed to be recovered for diesel. Oh, and sorry, with the diesel business, you run the truck, they run it for about 5-6 years, maybe not even 6, but 5 years, and then they sell it. And it doesn't go to scrap, it just goes to smaller cities. It fetches a pretty good price. And so a 5-year-old truck is not actually old, it's just sold from first hand into second hand, it's gone to some other city. So the money you make from just that churn, just do the ROI, you've put 3 lakhs down, and you're not selling it for 3 or 4 or 5, you're selling it for higher. You've paid the bank back. Now the bank has been paid back in 5 years anyway, these loans are 5 years. So the money you make from a client just about gives you enough money to pay for the driver and pay for diesel and sort of stay, that's it. Now you compare this with electric. If I get 70% utilization for a 1 crore asset compared to 40 lakhs, I can't make just that work. So I have 2 choices. Either I wait for that 1 crore to come down, but really unlikely it'll be 40 lakhs anytime soon. Until then, what are my levers? I need to change this 70% efficiency to anything more, which means what? Now back to the vagaries of India. I need to load on time, I need to load quickly. Things that get people really bored as you make your list, you list your way down, because you're now talking to a depot person, you're talking to the loading person, you're talking to the person at the gate in the factory, then you're talking to the weighbridge person, and they have not been given instructions. So if everybody down on one highway, when we so-called electrify a highway, we tend to mean that we'll put up a charger. I hope we also mean the charger is always working, but that's not a given. So when we have to quote-unquote electrify a highway, it should really be EV ready, which means that the weighbridge person should have received a little memo to see that the green truck, the one with the green plate, goes first. And these things that allow that 70% to go up to 85. Because I'm just losing hour by hour, hanging around at the toll booth. I'm truck number 9, hanging around the toll booth. Now, as a country, we're promoting electric. So for that whole highway, either you have a separate one, which you can't because you can't reserve anything, but there has to be some other system. So we are facing these nitty-gritties, and as we sit through companies one at a time, fixing these nitty-gritties is hard because most of it is not in their control. In their control is only what happens till the gate. So when again people talk about trucks and so on, they say, the lowest hanging is if you are inside a port and you're going round and round. That's not going to change the system. I'll get 500, maybe I'll get 1,000. But really, if we talk of these corridors, that's what I mean. Is this corridor EV ready? Where putting a charge, having a charger is a given. That charger being up is a given. We have to rely on it. The rest of it also has to be done. So maybe a sort of a memo needs to go to get every sort of get the ducks aligned.
Okay, one more last.
So I have a question for both of you. Looking at the CAM market specifically, we're looking at a couple of players in India trying to make CAM through the process that we know of, like probably pre-CAM and then move to the CAM section. Now the companies or our neighbors, they have actually built a technology where they're directly producing CAMs, like there's no need to produce pre-CAMs now. So obviously we cannot match the price as of now with this technology. Now, if you build such a network or such a business, and within 4 years when you go and get your, say confirmations from the companies or from the market, the technology has changed from a long time, right? So the cost perspective, you cannot match that. And then you have to suddenly move to a newer technology once you learn over the years. Is it even a market to get into? Do you think the players like Altman, as you mentioned, will make strides in this domain?
He wants me to do a business case for him. That's my business. But anyway, to be frank, as I was talking, once the validation process is done, even the other side, the receiving end, doesn't want to switch from you because they have also invested the time. The time is money is very pertinent in this case. They have invested the time with you, and they are just working on the CAM with you. But at the back end, they have worked out their electrolytes. They have worked out their anodes, they have worked out how they are going to do the calendaring, how they are going to do the degassing. Entire process they have worked out on the basis of the type of things you are going to supply them. What is going to be the run rate, what is going to be the, the rolling rate, everything they have worked out on the basis of this. So you should be pretty sure that if somebody is investing those many years, particularly working with you, especially on CAM, not AM, especially on CAM, then your business for 6 to 7 years is set for sure. And I think break even in case of the CAM, okay, it will be within that range. Okay, yeah. So that's it. And thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sagar, and thank you, MADHYA, for being so candid and sharing your views. Yeah, thank you very much. If somebody has any questions, maybe later on they can ask.
Our deepest gratitude to all the panelists and to Mr. Randir Singh for moderating this session so seamlessly. Your contributions have truly added strength to today's agenda. Please, dignitaries, pose for the photo. Thank you so much. We now pause for lunch organized on first floor. Kindly note, lunch is organized on first floor. Do join us back as we'll continue our engaging session post lunch. Thank you so much. We'll resume the session in an hour. So please make sure as soon as the lunch is done, please join us back here. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome back. We had nice cuisines out there and it's time to resume the session. I would request that if others are joining us for the same, please call your colleagues and ask them that we're about to begin the session. Also, I humbly request you people to please sit on the front seats. I would highly appreciate if you people join us on the front seats and occupy the space which is left. We now begin with session 3, a focused discussion on EV truck manufacturing in India, a space witnessing rapid innovation and immense opportunity. This session will be moderated by Mr. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director of ICCT India, a leader who has dedicated his career to enabling cleaner and smarter mobility solutions. We welcome you, sir. I now invite the distinguished panelists. Panelist 1, Sandeep Bangya, Head Business Transformation, Strategy and E-Mobility, Gulf Oil. Panelist 2, Ravikant Tiwari, Trade Commissioner. Panelist 3, Pramod Sharma, Chief Operating Officer, Sun Mobility. I request you people to please put a huge round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, Mr. Amit. May I now please request Mr. Amit Bhatt to present the bouquet to our panelists. Everyone, let's make some noise for our moderators and our panelists. We also invite panelist 4, Sagar Mitra, Professor, Department of Energy Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay. Please put a huge round of applause for Mr. Sagar. Thank you, Amit sir. Before the panel begins, we will first have a brief discussion and presentation to help the set context for this focused discussion. For this, I invite the presenter, Ms. Harsimran Kaur. Please give a huge round of applause for her.
One request.
Over to you, ma'am.
If you could also ask some of the volunteers to call people who are still outside.
Yes, sir. I would humbly request that if any of the volunteer can also inform the people there where we had the lunch that we have resumed the session. Also, I request the people who are present here, they can call their colleagues for the same. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ms.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start with some high-level context about why electric trucks. India has certain climate commitments. The first one is reaching net zero emissions by 2070. And we also have a Paris Agreement where India has to align with a sub 2 degree pathway by 2050. So at ICCT, we were trying to understand if these are the climate commitments, what does it mean for zero emission trucks in India? And we found that in order to comply with these commitments, India will have to achieve 100% zero emission truck sales by no later than 2050. And when we talk about these zero emission trucks, there are mainly two kinds of technologies. The first one is the battery electric trucking, and the second is the fuel cell electric trucking technologies. And we try to understand at a life cycle level what are the CO2, the greenhouse gas emissions from these two technologies compared with the conventional technologies like diesel and LNG. What we find is that when we compared it with the two conventional technologies, battery electric trucks emitted the least amount of GHG emissions in the current year. And what this means is that even with the current grid mix, which is highly coal dominated today, even with that, battery electric trucks emit lesser amount of greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, the number that you see at the 85% level is when a battery electric truck is powered by renewable energy. So given this context, where does India stand? We have quite a lot of legacy OEMs and the startups that already have electric trucks and are planning to launch electric trucks in the next couple of years. We also have quite a few companies that are piloting electric trucks. The list that you see here is not exhaustive, but some of the leading pilots that have been conducted by these particular companies. And so far, when we looked at the data from 2023, we found that a lot of light goods vehicles have been sold, but also a lot of heavy goods vehicle sales have happened, especially for electric trucking. A total of 721 electric heavy goods vehicles have been sold from 2023 to July 2025. While these electric trucks are very expensive, approximately 2.5 to 3 times the cost of a diesel truck, but given good policies and demand, these upfront cost prices are projected to go down nearly half in the next few years. Say by 2030, the price reduction is projected to reach 46% and 55% reduction from the base year of this analysis, which is 2023. And this price reduction is mainly driven by two price factors. One is the battery. The other is the indirect cost, which is declining because of the economies of scale, and the battery prices because of the reducing battery cell prices globally. We also did a total cost of ownership analysis over a 7-year period for different vehicle segments, and we found that without any policies, the battery electric trucks are projected to be at par with the TCO of diesel trucks in the next 5 years or so. But the good news is that there are a few policies that are out there today that will help bring forward this parity year sooner. One is definitely the PM eDrive scheme for electric trucks, which was launched last month, which provides purchase incentives ranging from 2.7 lakhs to 9.6 lakhs for different vehicle categories. But also for the purpose of this particular discussion, they have also announced certain kind of components which have to be localized to be made eligible for availing the subsidy under this particular scheme. So there's a lot of opportunity out there to localize the components of electric trucks and achieve the cost reductions and hence achieve our climate goals. With this, I'll leave it to the panelists and Amit to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Harsimran, for setting the context. And I think what's really interesting is the fact that electrification has moved beyond two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. We are seeing buses, and very soon we will see trucks as well. And when we are looking at truck, it's not just one vehicle segment. It ranges from maybe 1 ton, 1.5 ton, to maybe as high as 55 ton. And that's a huge spectrum. So roughly we kind of register about 8 lakh trucks broadly every year. 4.5 lakh is a smaller truck, less than 3.5 N1 category. So that's about 60-65% of the market. And then the balance that is left out, 3.5 lakh, almost 60%, 65% is in the heavier vehicle segment, the N3 segment. So it's a very interesting piece where you have a lot of smaller vehicles and then a lot of heavier vehicles, and the mid vehicle is probably at the lowest end. And so it gives us a very diverse perspective. So it's a kind of a segment in itself, each segment, N1, N2, and N3. And that's what we are going to debate, that as these trucks will come into India, and they will have manufacturing, whether it's a component level or at the vehicle level, the question is how do we accelerate that, and how can we also look at a possibility of some of this coming into the state of Madhya Pradesh. So before we go into details of it, let me first kind of get a more higher level perspective. Maybe I'll bring Ravi into the conversation. Now, if the electrification is going to grow in India and the investments are going to come, two things. Is there something that we can learn from some of the global countries or cities? And is there a case for some of global partnership as well, as we strive to do more subnational level work? If you could throw some highlight on that.
Right. No, thank you, Amit. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ravikant Tiwari, and I'm the Trade Commissioner of Government of Ontario, Canada, in India. And before I'll answer your question, I would like to share that what I do and what my office does in India. So we are co-located at the High Commission of Canada in New Delhi and Consulate General of Canada in Mumbai. And we have 3 mandates. We promote attraction of foreign direct investment from this region, from South Asian region, basically from India to Ontario, Canada. We help Ontario-based companies, their internationalization, and we build institution-to-institution partnership. To high level, again, to share about Ontario, Ontario is North America leader in terms of vehicle production. Today, we are second largest region, jurisdiction, state in North America after Michigan. We produce 1.3 million vehicles per year. And, we have only jurisdiction in North America where we have 5 OEMs. We have 700 auto parts manufacturers. We have 500 die and tool manufacturers, which is considered the mother of the manufacturing. The reason I'm highlighting this, I'll tell you that before, if you would allow me, before I, directly answering, I would like to share some context from my end as well. So before Ontario, I used to work with government of Mexico. I worked for Mexico for almost 5 years, and it was 10 years back, and during my stint, I see there were a lot of Indian auto component manufacturing companies which were investing heavily. More than 20 manufacturing companies have set up their greenfield manufacturing in Mexico. And since I was working with Mexico, I was aware about Ontario, that it's one of the leaders. And when I joined Ontario, I went to meet with these companies that, now I am with Ontario, we are one of the leaders. And of course, I knew that Ontario did not remain that competitive for Indian auto component, But I was shocked that Ontario did not even appear in their feasibility analysis when they were looking for a site selection in North America. So I was part of Team Ontario 5 years back, Amit, and audience where we were facing impossible question. How do we transform 100-year-old auto industry? Because our industry was bleeding. We had, our GM Oshawa plant was shutting down. So the question was that how can we transform it from, industry which could extend to a global EV leader? And I can tell you the answer. In last 4 and 5 years, Ontario attracted more than $46 billion in EV ecosystem. We have, if you'll calculate this way, more than 50,000 jobs it created, but every single day, there is more than 30 million investment which is coming in the EV sector. So that's, as a trade economist, it's not rare to see this kind of growth. It's unprecedented. And now coming back to what Amit was asking, but it's replicable. You have the playbook that what other jurisdictions have done. And I would like to dig deeper on that, but maybe I'd like to take a pause as an introductory remarks, and I would like to hear fellow panelists, but I would certainly like to share that playbook, that how did we do it? But I think I do not want to take much time, and maybe next round of question I could take, that how did we do it?
No, absolutely, that's something we'll love to hear, because one, it says it is possible. And the second question is, how do you make it possible? And that's where we'll come back to you on that. Let me just move, and then maybe I'll also bring Pramod into the conversation. Pramod, you've been looking at electric bus space, electric truck space, but also from a different technological perspective, mostly from a swapping perspective. One, why swapping? And then what's the outlook that you're looking at in terms of the actual operation of these vehicles, commercially viable, feasibility on Indian roads?
Thanks, Amit. Since morning or in various, even yesterday is on a flight, I was reading the Niti Aayog report, where for the heavy-duty vehicle, every page talks about cost is a challenge, entry barrier. So yes, CapEx is the entry barrier for the heavy electric vehicle. I will say even if the smaller vehicle is the entry barrier for certain class of customers. Second challenge is high charging time. Whatever one may say, even if you have a fast charger, but if my vehicle doesn't support, it takes up to 4 to 6 hours of full charging. Third is range anxiety, which we keep talking about. And fourth is, I think, which Mahua talked, everybody else talked in the session, that battery continues to be a pain point, whether it is a financier or a customer. Since it is having 40% of the cost of the vehicle, is a challenge. And customer doesn't know 3 years down the line or 6 years down the line when he has to change those 40% of the cost. Even if the price comes down, it may be 30% at that time. But it's a cost. And India as a market, being very price sensitive, I think we are not used to use and throw. We are used to buying once and for lifetime maybe. So that's the kind of market we are in. And there, can you buy that battery every 6 years or 5 years, 7 years? I don't know. So that's a challenge. So technology obsolescence of the battery is another challenge. How do I get advantage of the newer technology which are coming if I'm tied up for 5, 6 years? And financier also is the same problem. So financing, customer is not getting financing because he doesn't know about how the battery is performing. But a lot of improvement has happened over the years, let me say. Some are myth, these are not the real challenges, but customer still feels, and that's a fact. So what we are doing as a technology, and what Niti Aayog report talking on every page, is that decoupling the battery with the vehicle. That's what we started doing 4 years back. We decoupled the battery from the vehicle. Battery is on the books of Sun Mobility, and the customer has to pay only for the vehicle without battery, and he uses this as he pays as he uses. So it's a BaaS model from day one. So it takes care of the customer's entry barrier cost. B, it takes your financiers worry about the battery performance and the battery cost. And there is no high charging time and things like that. So productivity of the customer, especially the e-commerce players who are there in the market, where 2 and 3 wheeler we are scaling up now, they are getting 20 to 25% more productive time. So earnings, revenues are improving, or have improved actually. That's the experience. So now this technology today is already working, and we have around 50,000 vehicles, 2, 3 wheelers, all form factors running on the platform. Same battery, same infrastructure is used, and that is where the cost optimization happens on the infrastructure part. And we do about 60 to 65,000 swaps a day. So I'm using around 60 megawatt hour of power every day. So Tata Power is not there today. I tell them I'm the biggest customer in future for you. If you're a power supplier. So that's what we do. And these guys are running around 1.7 million kilometers a day. And till now we have run around 900 million kilometers accident free in this country on 2 and 3 wheelers segment across 20 cities in the country. So that's the experience of the micromobility, which is we have formed a joint venture with the Indian Oil, which is a PSU major, oil major in the country. So that business is running there. Last 2 years, we have been working on the heavy electric vehicle segment. And although we launched this product way back in 1819 on the buses, it ran for 1 year successfully. 18 buses ran around 650,000 kilometers in the Ahmedabad BRT corridor. But unfortunately, the COVID came and like everything went for a toss. And then it was, being a startup, it was a question of whether to run the bus business or survive on the smaller vehicles. So that's where so smaller vehicles is in a now scalable mode, so it's gone. So we're focusing over the last 2 years, we're working on the technology. So we learning from the Ahmedabad project, we decided probably one vehicle type technology will work, but it may not be very lucrative in long term because the investment on the infrastructure is very high for the heavy vehicles. So we decided to change our technology. Today we have developed a technology which works across vehicle segment of 3 ton to 55 ton. Can be bus, truck, small truck, N1, N2, N3. It's the same battery which works. There are 2 voltages. For the smaller segment, N1 segment, there is a 330 volt battery. For higher segment, it's a 650 volt battery which is working. And we have launched a product for the bus. And commercially, we are going to launch the bus product in the Q4 of this year in Karnataka, Mangalore market. And this will be on the official route where you're connecting the rural India with the urban centers. So that's where we are going to run this. And we are parallelly, we have also tested 5.5 tonner truck, which is going for homologation next quarter. And 5.5 tonner is getting, 55 tonner is getting integrated. Should be out in news in Q4, Q1 next year.
Thanks. So end of this year, we will see the bus getting on road commercial operation, and then early next year, the first quarter of next year, we'll probably see the trucks as well. That's great. Then fantastic, and we'll look forward to seeing this. Just move the conversation. Maybe I'll bring Sandeep. So if you could one of the top 5 players in the lubricant space, Gulf Oil. One, if you could also talk about where's the Gulf Oil interest in electric mobility, and then especially on the heavy duty vehicle, where do you see some kind of synergies?
Okay, so good. First of all, thank you very much for getting me into this forum, and I was extremely impressed about the article or the report that between you and Harsimran you have co-authored. So that adds one more thing to my reading list. So yeah. So that's a question that I normally get. Gulf Oil talking about e-mobility. So that's exactly how it is. So Gulf Oil is one of the leaders in the lubricant space globally. The company is present in about 100 plus countries. The brand is fairly recognized and acknowledged as one of the trusted brands. It comes from the Hinduja group. That makes it even more better. About a year and a half odd back, 2 years odd, the company decided to sort of move into alternate mobility options. Today, lubricant is largely relevant for petrol, diesel, CNG equivalent. But the world is moving towards alternate fuels, which is electric, hydrogen, hybrids, all of that. So electric mobility was seen as one of the drivers into the future. And also it's a very logical transition. For somebody who's very familiar with the Gulf Oil brand, if he decides to buy an electric vehicle, then there is very clear recognition that Gulf Oil is there with. So how do you actually come into his life that way? So what we did was we did some 3 acquisitions. So these are all largely inorganic growth in the e-mobility sector. So we have acquired this company called Tyrex Chargers, which the company owns about 51% stake in this DC charger company largely. So this is a very good, so I'll talk about the DC charger piece in the context of heavy electric vehicles. The other company that we acquired was Tech Perspect, which is known by the brand name as Electrify. That's a CMS, digital CMS platform, apart from energy management system and fleet management systems that they do. The third company that was acquired was Indra Chargers. That's a company which is based in the UK. That's a majority stake acquisition. So there, the specialization in the UK market specifically is the AC chargers, and they also do a lot of work in the V2G segment, because that is a very relevant use case for their market. It is currently not so prominent or so prevalent in India, but we are doing something with Sagar Sahab in his labs, and then now it's seeing the light of the day as we talk. So it's not too far away. So with these three acquisitions, and the two of them specifically doing very well, the India-based, I'm not talking about much about the UK-based thing. We did about triple, I would say, the revenues from 2023 to 25. About 80 odd crores is what we did in chargers, and largely DC chargers. So, and Tyrex chargers, we are very, very prominent in the bus ecosystem, and now the the truck ecosystem, because a truck ecosystem is not fully developed, as we know, but that's something that we are doing a lot of POC with a lot of people. So, I mean, if I just come into this debate on the trucking specifically, I just want to draw a distinction with your permission about, see, when we look at the global use cases, the global trucking, or largely trucking in, let's say, Europe and US is very, very different from trucking in India. I mean, it's as different as it can be, chalk and cheese. If I were to just draw 2 or 3 big differences, number one, the trucking in the Europe and US is largely dominated by huge, large fleets. So you have some large company who owns 100,000 trucks. Whereas in India, you have got either the truck owners who are running the show, or 10, 15, 20. So you would be hard pressed to find somebody who has got 500 or 800 kind of trucks, very few of them. So that's a very, very fragmented, I would say, in that sense. That makes the difference between the ease of financing and the ease of operations and stuff. So this is one. Second is the road conditions. That's very, I think somebody in the previous panel also mentioned the typical road challenges in India. In US and Europe, a typical truck goes about 1,200, 1,300 kilometers on a daily basis, and they don't blink an eyelid when this happens. Whereas, and that too, it's a semi, 40-tonner, those kind of things, huge, trucks. But in India, you will be really challenged to cross 600, 700 kilometers per day, because the road conditions, because of the toll, because the border crossing of the states, and the kind of challenges that we are all familiar with. So those are the kind of challenges that we are trying to work around and trying to work with the truck manufacturers. See, they have a very specific requirement, and I cannot emphasize this enough. A charging in a car setup and a charging in a truck/bus setup is very, very different, which means the charger is exposed to a huge amount of, pardon my language on this one, abuse, because it stays in the elements, dust. It is operated by 40 people every day, because one bus guy comes in, operates, there is an operator who comes in, there is a third guy, and all of these things the charger has to perform. In this case, because it's a very, very high utility item, you cannot have a 99% uptime. You have to have 100% uptime. So to that extent, we ensure that some places you put up a guy in the depot to ensure that it is nothing less than 100%. Because if there is a charger which is down, there are about 10 buses or 8, at least 4 buses which are dependent on that charger. So I think this is the typical learning, and we are adapting towards that. The DC charger, we have specifically developed a 360 kilowatt charging specifically for the trucking segment, and that too trucking for a specific customer who was interested in trucking for mine application. Now, mine is an even more punishing application, because you don't get access to, whatever. So I think talking about Gulf, we are in this entire space of hardware, software, which is a full stack solution, trucking and buses. Buses, I think we are currently the leading brand of chargers supplier to any bus supplier, should I say. And in trucking, we are making some early moves, adapting to the customer's requirement, customizing them, and watching that space closely to really go full-fledged.
Thanks. Very interesting. I never knew Tyrex was a Gulf brand. Yeah. So it's also good learning from me. And again, most of the bus charging we are seeing, at least in Delhi, I think is mostly Tyrex charging. So great to see you also moving from bus to the truck segment. The other thing which I also wanted, maybe I'll bring Professor Sagar into this conversation, because with the trucks coming in, there's also an issue of the weight of the battery. 2.5, 3 tons. And once you bring that, there's a kind of battery penalty on the trucks. You can't carry because you have to compromise on the battery. Second, as Sandeep mentioned, the charging is also very different. The vehicle abuse will happen. So I wanted to kind of bring you in the conversation to mostly from the battery side. What are we going to see the same extension of LFP in the trucking and heavy-duty vehicle space? If no, what chemistries are we going to look at, and what kind of charging differentiations we will see in the heavy-duty vehicle truck charging space compared to a conventional passenger vehicle, if you could throw some light.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when this e-tracking concept came, even academia also was hesitant to even discuss about it, because we are talking about 40 tons of vehicle to be driven by battery, along with half of his weight, the same truck weight, the load will be there. So currently 40 tons of truck actually carries around 27 tons of loads. So it's actually 67 tons of weight battery has to pull. So it was, and the same thing, what is that, uncertainty was transferred to the policymakers. Policymakers also was uncertain what to be done. So this is not believing, so it is happening. But now things are changing, because if you look at it, one thing was he asked, we are very confident in a battery community, because if you see the literature, even the practicality, 2014 to 2024, the battery energy density per year, if I see, increased 7.6 kilowatt hour of increase per year. So that actually brings us confident that okay, and price, what is coming. I think your calculation of 2050 is actually correct, because mathematically you can find 48 to 50, this price of e-truck, the battery, the energy price will be $27 per kilowatt hour. So that price actually comparable with the diesel price. And that's why I think whatever you're predicting, that is correct. Even mathematically, you can find it out, that's a intercept is coming. So that time, maybe another 30 years timeline, will have that diesel, battery driven e-truck will be comparable to diesel. So whatever I'm going to put the numbers now, everything normalized with the diesel. So reference is diesel. So right now, if you see the energy density is okay for, if you look at that, this truck having like a short haul truck, I don't think battery driven short haul truck is good, is comparable, because of four-wheeler actually dominate there. But long haul truck is good for battery driven. You will do a lot of calculation, you see that is more profitable compared to short haul truck. And other one is the distance. Like right now we are talking about 250. I think India is working on 250. Whole world is 500 and even 750, even 800. And battery can power that 800. When US, even Bhopal, if you talk about our MP, one city to other city is more than 500 kilometers. You should think about it. So whatever you are designing is not fit for 250, is not fit for, at least for MP, if you are driving any e-truck. So you need to think about beyond 250 numbers, and 500 is the good number for our all cities in India is covered by 500. And if I see the number, the magic number, if I want to touch the diesel price or diesel performance, so that $27 per kilowatt hour, only you need to go for the cheaper options, not that NMC cobalt based system or nickel based system. So that actually pushing us to the LFP side. Other things I was talking morning, maybe sodium is already people are talking about $60 per kilowatt hour. So that can bring down to 40. So maybe another 10 years timeline, if sodium comes up with a 40 kilowatt hour per $40 per kilowatt hour range, then this could be another option, because volume is not a problem for e-truck. So that is another option of looking at it. Other than that, I think he already talked about the battery longevity is not known, even for me, not known because of the usage and the atmosphere. I think he also talked about where it is used. It is, e-truck is not that the way we sophisticatedly we use in four-wheelers. So the cycle life of the battery is questionable. Okay, so that is one thing you should keep in mind. Whatever battery we use, due to bad use of batteries, maybe your cycle life will come down. Whatever you are expecting for four-wheelers, you may not have. So that is one thing you should keep in mind when you are writing a policy. Other thing is other new technologies. If you think maybe lithium sulfur anytime comes, means I am also working on that, but if comes, so that having a huge energy density and a proposition of lower pricing, that may be another option in the near future, not even 10 years timeline. So that is one promising technologies maybe you can be used for this e-truck. But when I do this analysis, I feel only one technology, or maybe fuel cell as a range extender, and the lithium as for the initial starting and then braking. So that time, if you do this combination by hybrid mode, maybe is a solution for the next generation.
Thanks a lot, Professor Sagar. I think this is very interesting. At $27 parity is the magic number where you just there's no economic case for ICE in that case. So on that positive note, let me just bring Ravi back into the conversation. And Ravi, you wanted to share your playbook with us.
Sure. That's that's what as a government representative, that's what what we have done. We like to share. Very fascinating discussion was going on. I don't want to change the direction, but I mean, if we would continue with this, I would like to understand from the fellow panelists as well that when they go as a site selector, what do they see? It's because as again a government representative, I can talk about at the macro level. So in this, the global EV revolution, what we are seeing, in my experience, firsthand, winners are not going to be the largest country. It's not going to be the richest countries. Winners are going to be the regions, the ones who can move fast, who can, offer the certainty, and who are ready to make bold commitments. That's what I have seen, what we have, done in our jurisdiction. So we started with, it's a good story, Canada, we appointed a car czar, we came up with a strategy, 2 different phases of strategy, phase 1, phase 2. What I realized that we were like brutally honest when we began to think of our EV, revolution, that our industry was bleeding, and we were, when we were, at that drawing board, that what a Korean battery manufacturer or, say, German automaker would need if they would set up a big, huge EV, next location. So out of 50 location, are they coming to Ontario when we are, every single day you see the news that it's bleeding? So we were brutally honest. I think that was our first thing. And the step by step, if I would say, in next 18 months, we made doing business in our region was like irresistible. That we cut the cost, $7 billion of cost of doing business. We identified different parameters. We eliminated red tapeism. We had a ministry. We set up a ministry just to get rid of, every thing which is, which is blocking us to achieve our, vision. We had reduced electric tariff. We heard the industry. So that's, and that's how we made that okay again to see that what's happening in our province. So that was one. I think what we also did as a provincial government, we were all aligned in one voice, 3 different set of governments: federal government, provincial government, state government, and municipal government. We came up with an auto pact, federal government and provincial government, offering solid incentives, incentivizing the industry, coming up together, and in one voice. When there was a site selector which came to us, Stellantis or Volkswagen, we provided one feasibility. We provided, it was not 10 different, 20 different options they had to go through, and we hand-holded them with one voice. So that's another aspect I see that in terms of our sort of playbook. We also had, we worked like startups that way, that is speed which I have been talking about, because this is momentum. Now we are seeing that in 2030, it's no longer it's a future EV, it's already here. And 2030, every third out of 3, 1 vehicle would be EV vehicle. So, so we realized it, and we became kind of a business partner to the companies who were coming to us to, that with their feasibility analysis, understood their pain points. We were not taking 6 months to get back, for their permissions. We were, we reduced our 6 months, different permissions, etc., to 6 weeks. So we worked in that speed, like a startup kind of a speed, and became the business partner. And yeah, I mean, also I would say that the secret sauce, we did not try to become Mexico cheap labor. We did not copy, other model. We went back to like fundamentals. Did we have, the clean energy grid? Check. Yes, we have. Do we have the skilled workforce? Yes. Can we give the certainty to investors? So with our auto pact, we give 10-year certainty to our investors with kind of incentive, if I will tell you, like now in 2023, the incentive which was offered to Stellantis by federal government and provincial government was $15 billion. The incentives which we offered to Volkswagen was $13 billion. So that's our commitment, federal government. It's, of course, it's a production incentive. If the production is happening, this is a long-term, commitment from the federal government. And so our secret sauce, therefore, was not, copying the business model or trying to do what others were doing, but what is the fundamental skilled workforce, that, of course, talent availability and our, that certainty and the speed and that bold commitment. Of course, we made, our target by 4 million in Indian context, it is too low. When I say that we had 2030 bold, but in Canada's perspective that we had 4 million EV vehicle, that is the mandate which government is giving. So ultimately, they know that there is a market there as well. Overall, our product goes 80% to abroad. It's our export, but that was again a bold commitment from the government side that okay, this is what we are going to procure. If you are setting up the shop here, we are going to we ensure that we are. So this at high level, I see kind of some of the things. Few things I might have still in my mind, but more or less a playbook which I have seen.
No, absolutely. I think this is phenomenal, and And this is something that we are seeing also cutting across other geographies which have seen a dramatic rise in investment as well as production. And one key issue was a commitment to demand. Because unless the OEMs know there will be demand, why will they manufacture, right? So how do you create demand is going to be crucial, and especially in the truck space as well. So on that, let me just follow up, Mr. Pramod. One question to you is, and as Professor Sagar mentioned, with the rise in the change in battery chemistry and the change in charging speed, and we are now seeing megawatt chargers coming in Europe, do you think there will be still a case for swapping going forward?
Always.
If you could elaborate.
I saw your report you were talking about, Professor also mentioned, for heavy-duty truck long distance, you require 700 kilowatt-hour battery. Now, where do you get that kind of power to charge it in this country? So imagine the investment in the power infrastructure you require to run that battery. I do the same thing in 200 kilowatt-hour battery. So important thing is, I am reducing battery to half the size or one-third the size of a fixed battery when you're doing this kind of stuff, because I'll put in between the charging infrastructure. So the model will always remain favorable, but let me also say there will be use cases for all kinds of technologies. It's not only swap or fix or lease. I think everybody will have a use case. That's what we feel. And swap will be more successful, B2B closed loop systems will be more successful to start with, actually. And so that's where your port, mine, cement, metal industries come in. So those are our focus area to start the demand generation. And we don't have a problem about the demand generation. So we are generating demand for the OEMs. I'm getting the customers because I'm meeting his price points, whether it is capex, financing, or his cost per kilometer of running. So I'm meeting all those parameters of his, which is used to today. So moment you do that, I think demand generation is not a problem. He is willing to shift. He's not willing to shift. Like taking point from what Sandeep mentioned, is a highly fragmented sector. 300,000 transporter or fleet operator running more than 90% of the market. And they don't have a balance sheet, they don't have a credit rating, they don't have even books to show. Where do they get the financing? So that's the problem. And that is what we are able to crack with our model. Okay, financer at least doesn't have to take pain about the battery. Only the fixed vehicle part is there. Powertrain is a very well established component. Life is not a challenge, performance is not a challenge. Electric trains are running, forget about buses and trucks, they are much smaller. So that's not a challenge. So he's comfortable about his investment when battery is taken off today. And if we are seeing, I mean, in our experience, people are willing, the corporates are willing to look at the long-term contracts. So India is also not a TCO market. We keep talking TCO. TCO is, he mentioned, is a matured word concept. Where you 100 vehicle, 500 vehicle, 1,000 vehicle, you have organized everything. It's a fragmented market with less than 5 trucks. What TCO will see? His life is EMI to EMI. Important thing is he able to meet his monthly expenses or daily expenses when he's running the truck? So that is your customer. So if I'm able to meet his requirement of EMI, he's having a, so what we have decided as a strategy is, we are designing a product and costing so that his customer's EMI is lower than what he's used to today. That will generate a demand. That will generate the confidence. So we are quite confident. In fact, we already have contracts. I don't have a product, but I have the contract.
That's a nice problem to have. You have a contract while you still don't have the product, and that's the trust which the customer is having on you, so that he's giving a contract based on this structure. So that's interesting. Sandeep, anything else you want to add, especially, are you also looking at the swapping space or also moving towards battery truck as a service concept, which people are now experimenting as part of the diversification?
I can share both my views as well as the broad. See, personally, I've been involved in this charging ecosystem for the last 5 years and known Pramodji ever since. we always keep debating on the sidelines that the question that you asked, which is why I smiled, does the swapping have a use case? So yes, it does. But I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done within the industry, in that sense, to be able to get swapping to a stage where it can actually take off. Otherwise, it can continue to be a niche player, and this is exactly what I keep saying to Pramodji. So, if you realize, the charging ecosystem also started with a huge amount of confusion, which is there is a GB by T charging, there is CHAdeMO, there is CCS. We don't talk about it anymore because the industry has drifted. There has been no government mandate, right? But the industry has drifted towards the standards which everybody now complies with. That is not happening in swapping. That is my fundamental challenge, which means the battery form factor is very different. The battery connector or the swap cabinets are very different. So while there is a very specific use case about buses and all of that, they are not interoperable. I mean, I cannot take my bus to his charging swapping station and be assured that it is going to work. So that is one. So we are watching this space. If you ask me really, we are watching this space. I mean, if there is anything that is interesting, there is nothing that prevents us from really jumping in. But as of now, the only successful use case that I have seen in trucking, in battery swapping, has been in the China. Like quite like a lot of other things, China has got a scale of such a magnitude that it can only work there. But in any other market, this swapping has not been even attempted, I should say. And again, on the flip side, I only mentioned in my earlier comment that 600, 700 kilometers is what at most a bus or let's say a truck can go, which is not the case in UK, Europe. But that's changing very fast. If you see the road infrastructure, I'm not talking about the intra-city, but the intercity road infrastructure is phenomenal. I mean, the kind of time that you used to take from, let's say, Mumbai to Nagpur is now reduced by at least half by that one single highway. So I think some of those changes are happening. The use cases will emerge. Suddenly the swapping use case goes off if there is a vehicle that can go to 1500 kilometers and with just one stop. Because see, all said and done, human beings tire faster than batteries. So it's like if I have to drive 16 hours, I have to take a break. In that break, you rather do the charging as well. So I think, so those are the things that there are specific use cases which are relevant for swapping, and they have tapped the most lucrative segment, which is two-wheeler and three-wheeler. Trucking, I mean, we're just watching that space. Let's see how it evolves. I just want to make a comment on what Dr. Sagar had said about the battery longevity. Sir, I can give you a very interesting example. I mean, I'm sure you are aware about this. The first commercially successful electric car was launched in 2010 December. Is the Nissan Leaf. We are all very familiar. Anybody who is, so it's like an ABC, which A is Nissan Leaf. 2010 December technology battery, which has got a very, very poor energy density. Most of them are working even today. So that gives a sense of how this is, and today's battery technologies, how long will it last? I don't know. So to that extent, I think this gives me a surrogate to assess what is likely to be happening to a battery. I am not deep into battery technologies quite like you, so pardon my superficial knowledge. But this is when I see it in this manner, I'm fairly encouraged by the fact that if the batteries of 2010 have survived until now with not much of a problem, battery of today has got a very good future.
Professor Sagar, you want to add on this?
Yeah, phone call. So that was LMO LMO graphite chemistry, what you were talking about, Nishan Leaf, and that's the first problem they have made, and that's why it was not successful, and then transferred to NMC. The main problem is when you have a high energy for a small weight and small volume, then the temperature, as I already said, is high, and the all parasitic reaction also high because of the defects on the crystal structure. So that is the other way. So, but when you have a battery with a lower capacity, so immediately the cycle life increases. That's a way. Truck constant. And here is the usage pattern is different compared to four-wheeler, which is sophisticated way we use, but truck is not going to use it that way. And if you look, the load profile is different.
Thanks a lot. We'll now open up for audience. If you have any questions to any of the panelists, you may raise your hand, and then we can take one or two questions, and then we'll probably close. Yes, sir, please, go ahead.
Wisely. So, and as sir mentioned that Nissan Leaf batteries are still doing well. Lithium batteries have a nuance that if they are, depending on the use cases, their cycle life varies. And even after a battery has been used in a vehicle application, so we are into battery manufacturing, and most of the batteries that we deployed in, let's say, early 2021, 2022, we assume a 3 to 5 year life for a electric two-wheeler or three-wheeler battery. After which the battery comes back, and some of the batteries still do have some life left. And now India does have a battery waste management guideline, but currently we do not have anything related to second life and repurposing and refurbishment of batteries. So I would like to know the perspective of the panelists on these specific problems. So cell localization has still not happened in India. What we have is the cells which have been imported in India. Yeah. How do we make the best utilization out of them? So I would like to hear from you all.
The second life of battery is one question. Any other question from anyone? Perfect. So Professor Sagar, you want to add something on second life of the battery?
So you want to use e-truck battery to the other purpose?
So not truck battery, sir, but we have started using, let's say, an old EV two-wheeler battery, and we have made energy storage packs out of them. But currently the government do not have any standard guidelines and operating procedures for that. So the battery manufacturer has to have a EPR, extended producer responsibility. But that only goes well if the battery has been recycled. If the battery is being reused and repurposed, so there is no clarity on that as of yet.
Yeah, theoretically, yes, you should have a second life, even third life and zero life. But it is not standardized or not even coming anything from the government side, because things are not sure that Indian condition, users conditions is not standardized yet. You are doing something, Tata is doing something, other companies are doing something, but it's not standardized yet. So that battery health is not standardized yet. So once that is standardized, maybe the second life will be talked about and all the policy will come on second life. It does not come because of that. It is not ready. Things are not ready yet. That's the reason. But there is obviously, there will be some second life will be there. But things are going on.
Good. If you have just to answer, you actually refurbishment word is there at PWMR.
Yeah, things are there, but it's not.
Refurbishment word is there. I just made the. I actually drafted the BWMR. Refurbished word is there, and when the refurbishing happens, EPR is applicable. So even if you are doing the second life, and let's say I am Hyundai and I am giving you my battery. If my battery goes for the recycling, although currently it is not being applied, whether up to the black mass it is okay or up to the salts it is okay to get the full EPR. But still everybody is getting the EPR as of now because it's not on the portal. But if my battery goes for the refurbishment. Then also I get the EPR. That word is there in the BWMR 2022. Currently, it's not segregated because there's hardly any manufacturer who is actually doing the salts, recycler who is doing the salts. Almost everybody is at the black mass level except the 2 people who claim to be doing the salts.
Okay, so one more technical point. So here, refurbish he's talking about is technically only LFP battery is you can do refurbish, not the NMC. It is very difficult technically to refurbish NMC batteries. So if that policy is going to apply only for LFP battery right now.
Thank you. We have come to an end. Maybe a round of applause to the panelists for a wonderful discussion. We looked at swapping, we looked at charging, we looked at Ontario, we also looked at how do we draw kind of investment. But I think the question is electrification is happening. It is happening at a much faster pace than we are expecting. Investments are going to come. The question is how are we better prepared? I think one big takeaway was innovation, flexibility and timeliness will be the big differentiator. And we hope with this series of conversation we will try to bring some of these pieces in MP and Bhopal as we move forward. So with this, I'll hand it over to our MC.
Thank you, Mr. Amit and esteemed panelists for your insightful words and valuable contribution. Now I request the dignitaries to please pose for a photograph. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Amit Bhatt to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us in the post-lunch session as well. I know after lunch it becomes very difficult, but then and it's quite taxing, but then we had trucks to kind of keep you awake post-lunch. So thanks a lot for joining us. And with this, we have come to the end of this workshop. We'd like to thank Madhya Pradesh Infrastructure Development Corporation for kind of joining hands in doing this interesting piece, as well as I will thank friends from Ernst & Young, EY, for being a great support partner, knowledge partner for this event. Especially like to thank Mr. Raghavendra Singh, Principal Secretary, who came in the morning. We couldn't get Mr. Chandramouli Shukla because of an accident which he has, and he couldn't join us, but he was really the brainchild behind this conversation. And then we met the ED of MPIDC, Vishal Singh Chauhan sir, in the morning. And again, a huge round of applause to all these dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Also like to thank Apurva from ENY, Kritika, Kshitij, and Randhir who have been helping us conceive this. With this, we have come to the end, but let me assure you this is just the beginning of the conversation. We will do much more interesting pieces of this puzzle because we really want to figure out how do we create MP as a manufacturing hub for electric vehicles in India, and we'll see you again. So with this, thank you. Thank you once again, and we'll hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit Bhatt, for skillfully moderating this session. This session has truly illuminated the future of commercial vehicles electrification in India. This is Anchor Komalasani thanking you all being a part of this workshop. We have explored some crucial steps in powering progress and developing the EV manufacturing ecosystem in MP. Let's continue to innovate, collaborate, and drive the future forward. Stay committed, stay inspired. Signing off. Thank you so much for having me here. Hope you all rejoice.